see how it goes. Okay, audio is off. Hello, everyone watching out there on Twitch, YouTube, or later on YouTube or Rumble. Yes, everything that goes up on YouTube also goes on Rumble currently. Maybe some other eventually, but you're playing as the United States of America. Hello, John. You're here nice and early. Hope you'll enjoy today's stream. Okay. We're going to start making an episode here so I can pontificate on things and play. Welcome, everyone. This is, of course, Gamer 1745 here with my continuing playthrough of Hearts of Iron 3's Black Ice 11.2. And, of course, we're playing as the U.S.A. And I will also say there are a few events from Third Reich events, excuse me, that mostly you don't see because some of them are just only affecting America, though. Some are sort of German in America, so you don't only see them from the German side. We will be seeing them from the U.S. side. Right. Okay. Well, yes, I thought we had. I'm going to continue to push our industry first and fast. Yeah, I was informed, I think it was back in 10 something or other, that they made for America heavy industry buildable, which I think is reasonably appropriate. I don't have a problem with that because America really does ramp up industry. You know what, we can be building both of these at once, so yeah, that would be a smart thing to do. And that would be a smart thing to do there. There was. You can look at America in multiple ways for Hearts of Iron. According to the devs who worked on Hearts of Iron 3 and Hearts of Iron 4, America was sort of seen as, you know, the final boss country kind of thing. And that's a reasonable way to look at it. And if you're, you know, well, if you're the point of invading the United States, maybe you've already won the game, so it may not matter. Because, you know, this is what, like the old Third Reich games that I played as a kid. They just sort of had a, you know, and it was a, you know, sort of Euro-based, you know, yes, you had the North Africa and whatnot, but it was a more or less this map. I don't even know how far. I think it went up to Murmansk, but it's been so long since I played that. And it was just basically sort of this map roughly. And then they'd have, you know, boxes up over in the corner here for U.S.A. and Canada, so that stuff would come on there and then have to be, you know, to be effectively shipped. So you could argue that for playing a World War II game, this could be all off map, and that would be a reasonable argument looking at the realities of the situation. You really are not. even if you get like the America bomber for Germany or something that can be a transatlantic bomber, fly both ways. Do you really need to specify that you're bombarding New York City, or are you just bombarding the American box? So it's placement, and I know partially because I've increased for Third Reich events Germany's industry in certain places. Hey, Arno, first on YouTube, well, you haven't even made it over to first on Twitch, I should say. You haven't even made it over on YouTube, and John's already said hi over there. How you doing, my friend, Arno? And I know this is just sort of game theory and game design theory. Nothing really new since yesterday. Oh, I don't know. Yeah, you were around yesterday. Yeah, of course you were. Hey, ZZ. Good morning to you. And yes, Jackal Parker. I don't know how to PKR. Yes, almost second, sort of third there as you're coming in. Good to have you here. I've added some recently, and I know you guys don't follow everything I do. Recently I found, it was also, when I looked up, World Blaze mod had it. So, but somebody else was pointing out major oil fields in Burma, and that weren't on the map. And I mean major ones. And I posted this both in the Black Ice forum as well as the Hearts of Iron 4 forum. And one of the people over there who works and helps and manages, and there is this oil field up here, the resources for Hearts of Iron 4 did see and responded to it. And they were looking around, and there was, is this an oil field here that should be in Burma or whatever? And there was another in Hearts of Iron 4. There was, I think over in this part of India, there was an Indian oil field here that was post-war found and developed. So that was wrong. And I think this should be more over here, but I'm not absolutely sure. And their solution was that, at least is starting, it's a zero-sum game, in that they've determined, and they specified it from some survey in like 1936 or something, or around that time period. Maybe it's 1935. I forget. They posted it. If you're curious, you can go over and find it. World oil production, and that's they're sort of using as their base standard. Whether that's right or not, because how correct was the information, say, on the Soviet Union? Were everyone reporting their oil correctly, their oil production correctly? So but they're using that as the base standard. So I don't know when or if, probably will, the oil field will show up in Burma for Hearts of Iron 4, and a shifting of some of the Indian oil fields to historical ones. But they weren't going to increase the overall amount of oil field production on the map. They were just going to shift locations, because for their game, for whatever within game mechanics for increasing oil production, fine, but they don't want to jiggle the base. Well, And I know there's some chat here, and I'm just thinking I'll get to the chat and say hi to everybody or whatever. Don't worry. I'm not going to leave anything unread. But I sort of disagree with that. Yes, things don't magically appear out of nowhere, whether it's industrial centers, ICs, or whether it's resources. But since we're sort of, I don't know, retconning isn't maybe the right term. We're sort of reverse engineering production capabilities as opposed to actually knowing what the production capabilities were. We're trying to guess at it. I know enough from looking and reading articles, don't do any like first, and first person digging in the German archives or anything, even whether it's captured here in America or whatever. But I'm not doing that. I'm reading articles from people who have done these kinds of things over the years, and I know that with like German production, the government is like asking, hey, can you produce us 50 of these airplanes in the next 3 months? And the company's like going, yeah, sure. But nowhere in my understanding is, it's not that they will, 50 airplanes in 3 months, so that's their production capacity. No, that's what the government ordered. Even and within some of these things, because know a little bit more on tanks, maybe 50 tanks or something, is that they only wanted to buy 50 of them so they could drive around and test them and tell the company how they want changes made for the next batch. But that without going to extraordinary measures, meaning putting on a second shift or a third shift of production workers, or without going to a weekend also work, going to a total war, get in here and start producing tanks as fast as you can, because I don't think, when the Soviets were, and I know I'm jumping around here, hopefully it's interesting, when the Soviets, were moving factories from, this part of the Soviet Union to the east and setting them up, sometimes they were literally setting them up in fields next to the railroad yards and putting them into production, while maybe on the other side of the tracks where they unloaded the stuff, they're starting to build the buildings to then eventually move the machinery into a building, that's going to be able to operate in winter or whatever within the Soviet Union. But they were immediately in the fields cooking these machines up to whatever power support sources that were available, and because they also moved them with the workers, and those workers, I don't think they took weekends off and just had, or only worked 8 hours a day. Now, obviously, they've got to sleep sometime, and there's, I'm surely, as they're dealing with all this stuff, interrupting production, but still they were immediately getting back into production. But once they sort of got the facilities going, even then, I don't know that the Soviet workers, were they just working a 5-day work week, or were they working a 7-day work week? Or what their work week was. I just don't know. I'm sure it varied because, different times during the war, different factories, whatever. So I don't, and, production on oil fields, and this is where, Hearts of Iron 4 doesn't want to have huge stocks of oil because, well, because not necessarily they didn't want to stock up, because where do you store it? You only pull the oil out of the ground, and this is quite true to a degree, that you currently need. And so oil production, so oil for somebody like, I know France had a huge stock of oil. Basically, one of the documentary The Prize, there's also a book, a big thick book goes along with it, and it's talking about oil in the 20th century as being the prize. Estimated that the oil captured in France, including, because they also took it out of what was the Vichy France area, was basically a year's worth of oil that Germany's use capacity during World War II. So it was like a 1 year of free oil. so that France was bringing in and storing up oil in France, in case there was problems, war with Germany or something. And so Germany was also getting oil reserves. Now a lot of times you store oil underground, which is interesting too. But so there definitely were oil reserves being done. But I know at this time, America didn't have any oil reserves. If they weren't going to be able to sell their oil, they just capped the oil wells, just shut them down and wait. I don't know the details, but just when the breakup of Standard Oil, and I probably should look it up, whether it was by this time period or not, but Standard Oil was almost like, as they say, Standard Oil. It at some point basically gets a near monopoly on oil. And so they're price controlling the oil. They don't want to have oil to be too cheap. And that was sort of the problem with the situation there, because if you price, you want competition to keep costs from going up too much, single control point. So I don't know that we have good, reliable figures for oil production in the United States, what it should be, or what it could be. We may have good, reliable oil numbers of oil production of what it was, which is different than what it could be, meaning what they were producing versus what they could produce. And I know during World War II, there was no oil shortage for the U.S., or if you were to expand this out, because there's a lot down in Venezuela that was in production. There's Pemex in Mexico. There's a lot of other oil production. There was no oil shortages at all. I do not believe, not absolutely sure on this, but I do not believe there was any gasoline shortages for the United States. There was a serious rubber shortage, and I know we'll get to all this stuff, and I'm sort of talking around things. There was a serious rubber shortage. So how do you control that? Ration gasoline, because if you don't use the tires up, they wanted to. Their main thing is they wanted to not have cars use up their tires, so they institute gasoline rationing. Now, so. The black ice people are increasing in a future version some of the oil here. Not it's only going to be like a 1 or 2 oil fields, and then there's also oil fields in India. So here, whether you're like the Hearts of Iron Forum, getting to the whole design philosophy of war games and how to reconstruct this stuff, the U.S., the location of where the oil wells are maybe not terribly important. And if we do research and find another major oil field, do we increase the amount of oil available in the game, or we just shift oil around in the game? That's a philosophical design problem, but it does matter for here, because Japan captures and eventually gets back into production, though they do mention that they destroyed certain levels of production of the oil field, as well as there was a refinery for gasoline up in here. But they get it back into operation, the Japanese do it, and enough that the American, well, I think it's Americans, but the Allies later bomb the fields to try to reduce the levels of production. So that's real. So the oil fields over, say, in India are not captured. So where they are is important. So I don't know. I know this has gotten off topic here a bit, but for the U.S. and industry, how much does it matter? I don't know the locations of all these things. Um, because obviously there was a lot of industry going on in Philadelphia, and I'm just now building it here. But how much should you move? I don't know. We'll see. Okay, so how much have I increased this? Okay, I want to increase this. I know I've sort of talked around a lot. And I'm not just trying to increase future production. Yeah, okay, I want to industrialization. Oh, and yeah, okay. Let's move these to the top. And then let's move all of these to the top because these are further along in production, and that we want to focus on those first before we get into carriers and whatnot. Now, because we are having revolt issues that I was informed are partially, some of my choices on do we want to have revolts or not, I still, I look at that as not whether I think there should be revolts in the U.S. Let's move an semi-motorized infantry division around. Okay, we'll send you out here. Okay, and thank you, Jackal. Yes, we do want to do a U.S. series. I'm actually getting more and more stoked, but watch your YouTube videos in the series. Glad to. Very good, ZZ. Yeah, okay. What are you going to send to the Philippines? Nothing as yet because, see, I pay attention to history. And I know the Japanese are not going to be attacking until, late 1941. And as we get near to 1941, Arno, I will evaluate what I have as for troops and whatnot. I will be reinforcing Guam here. Dual purpose guns, that is, and we'll let that continue because it's a 36 technology, cavalry, exploitation, advanced order. Let that continue as well. I will try to defend Guam as well, and I don't like that they split this into two provinces. I disagree with it. I know the designer of that was on here a while ago and asked me about that, and yeah, I had to say I don't think it's good at this scale. At this scale of a game. And what it really is not so much a problem as a player, but it is a problem for the AI because whether it's the American garrison here or a Japanese garrison on, because I think they also was Iwo Jima. Was that the one that they also did two out? Yeah, here. You have the port here, and then you have Sarabachi here. Because the AI is going to put its troops here, and then it's not a good solution. It just isn't. Heavy AA guns. Under artillery, and here 39. Yeah, stop that. I get it on a more on a closer focused, closer scaled. Don't know what I should be doing here because I'm not used to playing America as to what expect to have a 36 technology that I should be researching. But I think we should be into 37. So I see that there. But let's come up here and start looking at sort of industrial base stuff, whereas like here, you know, a game that's based on the, say, Pacific campaign or something, you know, this sort of region or something, the scale might be better, but not here in the way this game works. Soviet Union, we would give them money for fuel. No, we're not buying fuel. Now, I will say I'm only planning on holding this sort of area in the Philippines, I think. Fuel. We can quickly look here since Arno's brought it up. There's nothing that we need down here. Yeah, there's a victory point down here and some others, but it's not really so much to keep, say, the Philippines in the war. 3 victory points, a victory point. Yeah, that would, and 3 here. So if we sort of hold this area here, we'd probably keep the Philippines in the war. It's more just to, who is this with? Colombia? No, not a chance. Hey, Scott Huffman, how you doing? Yes, the U.S.A. No, we're not buying fuel. We don't need fuel. Yeah, please. I hate these things. We'll move the infantry because the division would probably move faster. Let's move one of these garrison units down to Charleston here to deal with. There really wasn't any sort of uproar. I gotta look into a couple things. What the bonus army was much before this, wasn't it? Eastern Defense Command. I don't know. I gotta look at the bonus army. We would give them crude oil for money. Yes, we'll do that. Yes, yes, J. Edgar Hoover. He was one scary individual. Thank you, Scott. I'm glad you enjoy the videos. Yeah. In my opinion, America is clearly, undisputably one of the best countries to have ever existed on the planet, but it is not perfect. The tactics, that would be under air, I believe. Okay, yes, we are starting to look at 36, but I want to look over here, or for 37s, I want to look over here first for, okay, so we're going to do our road networks. Well, let's start down here. Some of them more difficult to do. America, or the American zeitgeist might be the good term to, let's have the thing move forward here. The American zeitgeist might be the right term. Believes in processes. This is something that including Americans, don't maybe often contemplate this and understand it. They believe in, we have too much here on spies, so let's Well, maybe we should use some of the spies. So let's come over here and see about doing that. No, let's spy on Germany. We can do a bit of tech espionage support. Maybe build up some covert operations points. That could be interesting. We're going to do some tech espionage, but I don't think it's going to be a big deal because we're going to be very technologically advanced. Well, you know, one thing I dislike in this game is sometimes it's Britain, sometimes it's England, sometimes it's United Kingdom, and I always sort of wonder where I'm supposed to be looking for this nation. Steal U-boat tech? Well, we may have more advanced tech. See, this is the thing is, if you have the most advanced tech, we're going to keep tabs on our friends here. Well, we might throw in rulings party support and maybe a little tech espionage. I don't know. Now we don't get to pick what. Do a bit of that and some covert operation. So we'll just do some of that. See how that goes. Yes, we'll give you energy. You know, the Germans had at this point, I believe. Well, they might, but yeah, well, we got some 38s here. I don't know. We're pushing fairly hard into it, so we'll see. We'll see what comes about. We did put a little bit in for that. Okay. Like I was saying, America believes in processes. If you put the right process into place, America, the zeitgeist, believes that it'll just work. Now, we often see this like in elections that we put into like Iraq. We believe that if we put in the process and they'll just have elections and they'll just become democratic. Where in fact, they very well may have a free and fair democratic elections, but that can just mean who decides who gets to be in charge. And then after that point, and unless there's, Americans sitting around all the leaders with guns all the time, they may just decide not to hold any more elections, or the future elections might be rigged. And so when we set up organizations like the FBI, that America believes until, yes, enough. Well, I don't know how many Americans know about J. Edgar Hoover, but in some of his corruption. And it wasn't, to the best of my knowledge, he wasn't stealing money or anything like that. It was a power corruption. It wasn't like, that's what Americans often, oh, well, did they steal? All their corruption is all seeming to be focused on political leaders stealing money, and they do, or take bribes or whatever they do. But it's often or as much about power corruptions, not about specifically breaking the law and stealing money or taking bribes or whatever. Artillery units. Okay, so that's still back on there, and we'll let that continue because we are moving into 37 technologies. But this just seems, how long until, $100. Well, we'll move the big red one over this way then. This just seems ridiculous. Maybe you'll get lucky and get dual purpose AA tech. Well, we already have some. Oh, you're talking about. Well, we wherever it is, here, down here, yeah. Or we'll just get that eventually here. Modern FBI in the USA is politicized and highly corrupt. Hello, Lord Samuel. I would say, yeah, like I'm saying, I don't think there's any FBI agents taking bribes. I do say it's politicized, and in that sense, it is corrupt. Well, lobbying is just legal bribes. Not entirely. Lobbying can be, Senator, I would like to contribute the money to your re-election campaign. Well, it used to be, I think it ended sometime in the 90s, but it used to be when your campaign funds, you could, people give you money to run for election or re-election, and when you retired from Congress, you got to keep any extra money, but it was you could only keep it after you retired, not while you're in office. That has since been removed, so you don't get to keep that money. But we have seen, and it's on both sides of the aisle. I can say that because I gotta say it's on both sides of the aisle, but I specifically know of AOC's, the Congresswoman's boyfriend gets hired by a company that she gives a lot of money to do some maybe legitimate campaign type work, but they hire her boyfriend and pay him a lot of money. Was that laundering campaign contribution money, that she was given to this other company gets its cut of it and then pays the boyfriend off? Or was he doing legitimate working at the regular per hour or per whatever basis? I don't know. I'm not looking into it. But those are facts because those are all reported on legal documents. I'm not just saying reported in the papers. I'm saying legal documents because the legal document shows that her campaign finances paid this company, and legal documents show that her boyfriend worked for this company and he got paid. So it's a fact. But, so some of it is, yes, here's contributions to your campaign. That can be legal bribery. But lobbying also is, hello, Congressman. I represent the NRA. There's the National Recovery Act, the NRA going on right now. The NRA, the National Rifle Association, also existed, but during this time period, and you may see some of my iconography I'll use for thumbnails will be the NRA stuff, and that's the National Recovery Act. But the NRA, as in the National Rifle Association, will go to a congressman and say, I'm from the NRA, an organization that I'm a lifetime member of, so I'm I'm not trying to play favorites or whatever here. We'll go and say, and there are 5,000 NRA members in your district. Are you going to support this gun rights issue, or not support, something that's going to take away gun rights? And if you don't support this, we will tell all 5,000 of our members not to vote for you, whether in the primary or the general election or whatever, because maybe it's, if they'll support the Republican over the Democrat maybe in the general, but in the primary we'll try to, get you out. So sometimes lobbying, and is that wrong? No, that's just you're representing, it's sort of like representing a union. You're representing a group of people that a representative goes to a government official, because it's not always elected, but goes to often an elected government official, and say, we represent this group of people. Whether it's the AARP, which is Association of or American Association of Retired Pearsons or something. It represents older people. There's lobbying groups. Yes, sometimes the NRA will also give them money, but it also specifically will say, we represent these many people in your district or your state or whatever. So lobbying isn't just legal bribery, though there is an element there. In my opinion, the FBI is a political tool of the Democrat. Yeah, I would say that the government bureaucracy is overwhelmingly left. I was going to say center left, but I'm adjusting it. Overwhelmingly left in America. The RCMP is the same Canadian. Yeah, it seems that way. If it quacks like a duck and walks like a duck, it's probably corruption. Yes, good one, Scott. Yes, Gamer and Guns, of course. Want to know something about Canada? There's a permanent anti-corruption organization. Yeah, well, do note that there is, and this is a truism, there is nothing more permanent than a temporary government program. That is a generalized fact. So yeah, America is not. We don't need that many diplomats. So let's come over here. Okay, lock this back down because we're deciding to lock that down because I don't want to do more of that. We're going. We have 250, so let's just go to 0 here, which will mean we have slightly more. We'll do that since we're right. So whether you're an American or overseas, but there is, in my opinion, less corruption of all sorts, because corruption can be, criminal in the sense of, taking bribes or whatever to do your job, or it can just simply be, favoritism, where you focus on things. But there is generally less corruption in, I was going to say America, but I'm going to adjust that. Generally less corruption in Anglified countries. And that is an important element. So an Anglophone, not that there's none, because we can see, in my opinion, corruption, particularly in Canada and New Zealand now, but it's, power corruptions. Have fun with Kaiserreich. Yeah, Kaiserreich is sort of cool, but I call it the wild and wacky world of Kaiserreich. It sort of holds together as a thing, but it's that. Off the Quebec police. Yeah. Okay, capital ship. So let's come over. Okay, here. Okay, cancel. We're not going to do 39 technologies yet. We might be doing, we are doing 37s. And I don't know if we're going to go all the way to 38s. Yeah. In America, I don't know about everywhere else. But in America, the police chief in at least most cities, the police chief is appointed by the mayor, and the police chief is the person who sets the policies of the police in the city and has, to whatever degree, the ability to hire and fire policemen. So your police whether it's, again, like corruption of, hey, taking bribes or doing protection rackets in your police or in your city by the police or something, or just simply what laws do you enforce or not enforce. If somebody paints a rainbow flag in the city streets, does the police stop them from doing it, or do they protect from other people doing it? And let's take something not terribly controversial, but if a different group goes into a different not on top of it but down the street from it and paints a big American flag, though you're not supposed to drive on the American flag, but let's just say paints an American flag in the streets, do they allow that as well, or do they stop that but allow the rainbow flag? It just as I didn't want to go with some other, what laws do they enforce or not enforce, comes in. Now, most areas in America also have a sheriff. Now, the sheriff is an elected official, and so that it's a different situation. Fighter pilot training, which, yes, the mayor is elected too. Okay, 37. We'll let that continue because that's what we're doing now. Okay, what are you thinking of long-term naval development following historical past or something? Well, I'm definitely going to, I'm building up my industry here and now. And want to do that. Then I'm definitely going to build through this historical starting. I don't know if because I've not, like I say, I've not played America before. I've turned it on a few times, but I've never played America before, so I don't know what's going to happen. If there are events to put in historical battleships and such, I will do that. We are definitely going to look at a heavy focus on naval capabilities, unlike my normal German sort of playthroughs. So I think we have enough supply. So what we're going to do is we're going to not to like nothing, but I don't think we need to, because we got a big cushion now here. We'll change that. So yeah, unlike my German stuff, which I generally tend to avoid much naval production. Okay, we can let that continue. Highly focused. We will definitely be doing carriers for sure. I don't know in game terms whether the like the New Jersey class or whatever is considered a super battleship or not, but I'm definitely on the, or have the willingness to look at something like that, where normally to me it's silly for most countries, not silly for the U.S. Still amazing the Enterprise was the only super carrier until 1937, still alive until the end of the war. Oh, that's interesting. Well, I know the Japanese did make some the Yamato class, yes. Or Yamato, I don't know if I think it's just the Yamato. Was definitely getting there. As it has 18-inch guns, where the New Jersey class has 16-inch guns. The most decorated ship of the whole war. Yeah, well, no, the Enterprise did a lot of great campaigns. Seattle Strike is one. Okay, big gains elsewhere. Okay, Seattle Post Intelligencer newspaper strike. From that, 1936 newspaper writers employed by the Seattle Post Intelligencer went on strike. The newspaper had about 70 employees on the news staff, including reporters, library employees on the home economics department. The strikes were Members of the fledgling American Newspaper Guild, led by the nationally famous journalist Haywood Bowen, I never heard of him. The strike protested arbitrary dismissals and assignment changes and other efficiency moves by the newspapers. It got the support and solidarity of other unions, including the Teamsters, led by Dave Beck, and was one of the first significant and successful strikes by white-collar workers in the United States. Okay, yeah. Oh. Now, I'm not going to rage quit here, people. I'm not going to rage quit, but I'm just... How is a newspaper strike? And yes, okay, the Teamsters probably aren't delivering either paper or ink or to the, the printing presses or whatever. But how is that an armed rebellion? How is it even remotely equivalent to an armed rebellion? I don't get this. I don't get this. Integrated. Okay, these I think are here. Okay, yes. We're going to continue the 37s. Okay, yeah, we're going to continue all of these. I'm just 20 battle stars. Well, yeah, they did very well, and they were there from the beginning until, as you say, the end. Port of copper with grease. No, I don't care about grease enough. Well, let's spread out our military a little more here. Can we have some garrison forces? We don't need all of these right there. There may be a strike in Newark, New Jersey. I mean, hell, I would just strike from being forced to live in Newark, New Jersey, but that's me. And no, I don't know everything going on in the 30s. There were in the 20s, in the 30s, there were social disruptions. I'm not going to try to say there weren't. Strike equals Civil War. Yeah, it's a bit overmuch. Yeah, I just don't see it. Now, if you were going to say something like have an effect, and if you look at some of the work done by Revolverheld, he will create a region like called Washington State or Greater Seattle region, and he will put on various effects into the region which could disrupt production, reduce, because the levels of here, because it does say likely striking or could pull it, by this, by making it more come on, click here. The more you get of this, the less you get of this. It does modify, well, some of the resources and industry. So I could agree with effects that disrupt, mostly here. Though I can see some that because of the Depression. I can see some overall national effects that make production less effective now. I can see some stuff like that. Yeah, use a little of those techniques in Third Reich events. Okay, Armory Unit Training. Yeah, we're going to let these continue. Yeah, damaging some buildings or something. I don't know, because there were, in some of the coal mines and some of this, there people did die, from gunshots. Some of them were, the strikers who had guns, or some of them were the sort of Pinkertons or other hired security types. They do come to the realm of thugs and enforcers, yes, and not just security personnel protecting the facilities, but moving on to being offensive tactics. Yeah, that did exist, very much so. But they're small, and normally you can count the actual deaths on a single hand for a serious strike, and there's just a few of them. Okay, Democratic election, Democratic Party. Right. Okay. I guess bribe minister or government accused of cooperating, defend him. See, again, I don't like these things. I kill these in Third Reich events. I put in a file with all of the things removed so you don't see them. Because when it's like the Seattle Post-Intelligencer strike, I like, because it's referring to an actual historical event. Well, Democratic Party, Progressive Party. I would think the Progressive Party is more, I don't know, Republican Party, social conservatism. Yeah, America First Committee. Silver Legion, okay, that would be fascism. German American Bund, though I would generally say the Silver Legion is bigger than the German American Bund. Don't know what's down. Their Communist Party, probably a bit overdone for the time period. Social workers, Leninism, okay, that's really different. Left wing radicalism, social party, Democratic Labor Front, yeah. Party. I would swap the progressives and as to who what, but okay. I guess we'll lose 5, whatever. I don't know. Yeah, I don't see that at all. The idea of the American is authoritarian conservatism. They were isolationism. I don't know a lot about the America First Party as it was. I know Charles Lindbergh was a big proponent of it. I don't know that it would have. I don't know. I just quite honestly don't know if it would have a like an economics or social, either one, economics or social views. I think they were just an anti-war party. Hello, Sebastian. Good to have you here. Just purely an anti-war party. Because for a while, a lot of the Libertarian Party, I would say, has sort of been America First in the sense of not going to war with other nations. The Republican Party has been America not first for a very long time. No. In that they have championed foreign, up to Cleveland, foreign production and foreign resources over American ones because they're cheaper. as opposed to, American workers or American let's go to the First Army. Okay, heavy artillery brigades. The Democrats, until the Clinton regime, had been more of American first for as well for economic stuff. The Democrats had really supported production in America for American workers' jobs. Although still most unions still for some reason support the Democrats. Under Clinton is when you really start to get the investments, and specifically Clinton, opening up into China, which moves huge amounts of both industrial, whether it's making T-shirts and socks or refrigerators or resource, mining or other things, moving that to China away from America, that you really find the Democrats getting on board with the Republicans in moving jobs overseas. Heavy artillery brigades, which would be here. And yes, I'm willing to analyze all parties, in my opinion, honestly, though of course I do have my preferred ones. Yeah, they were protectionist, labor union support protection. Yes, well, because that's their job. A union is supposed to, not to say that they always do, is supposed to advocate for their workers, their members, and which would be to protect jobs wherever they may be. Is supposed to. Now, I do know that some of the labor unions are working to legalize and regularize non-citizens into their unions and try to get dues from them, and so that's which is very bad for the other union members, because labor is a commodity, and if you have 10 job openings in a town, in a city, and wherever, 10, and this is just theoretical, 10 job openings, but only 5 possible workers. Well, those 5 workers will go get the 5 best of those jobs, whether they're the easiest, the best working conditions, the best pay, the fun, as they consider fun, or interesting, however you want to do it, jobs. They'll get the 5 best ones, and the other 5 will go unfulfilled. But if you have 10 job openings and you have 20 people looking for work, well, then you have the situation that the companies can reduce down things like pay, benefits, working conditions. For years, I worked in a place that had no air conditioning. Now, it was a gun store, and they had air conditioning, but they would sort of fix it, quote unquote, and then the Freon or whatever would leak out of it again, and 2 weeks later and not work anymore. I mean, it would come on and it would sort of kind of do shit, but it wasn't very good, and they just wouldn't invest money in replacing it and putting on a modern unit. So the working conditions during the summer of heat was bad. Otherwise, the working conditions were great. I loved working there, but the physical environment of being warm in the summer. I know first world problems. Yes, I know. It was hot, and I do know it hurt business because customers did not want to stay there very long. But however you want to define working conditions. So if you have more labor than you have job openings, it won't go so well. So constantly having an inflow of more workers Well, if the unions are going to get money, $5 a week or a day or whatever from every employee, they doesn't matter maybe to them, but it should matter because the more labor you have, the cheaper the labor becomes. It's just a fact. And the only thing that keeps it from keep going down, 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 down is things like laws like minimum wage, and that is why the left particularly wants to do a minimum wage so that they can flood the labor market and then have a minimum wage that supposedly handles the situation, as opposed to restrict the labor market to citizens, whatever, and which would then bring the labor wage up naturally as needed. And yes, you're getting a lot of commentary by me because we're talking about America, and I understand and live here. Yeah, they're the greatest failed experiment, bringing capitalism to China, thinking it would end communism, instead of got rich and kept the oppression. Yes, it was an experiment. I wouldn't have done it because I am an anti-communist. I think Bill Clinton and the people around him truly believed, and there were moments there, like Tiananmen Square and whatnot, there were moments there that maybe the regime might fall. There were times looking at China that you might have an authoritarian government in the sense of, hey, we're not democratic, we're just the elites, and we're going to continue to rule. Sort of like the nationalist Chinese government was for a long time, even in Taiwan. Now they're a democratic system, as far as I can tell, but with personal liberty, because you can have a system in which most things, you can do whatever you want, but you don't get to vote for your government. And so like you could theoretically have a libertarian dictatorship. Yeah, we're in charge. We're shutting down all the government offices. Go do whatever you want. But as soon as somebody tries to take power away from us, we're going to squash them, because they want to have a program that does something. So you could have a theoretical libertarian dictatorship. So everyone would be free, but just not allow government to do anything. So there were times that China looked like it might move down, not maybe libertarian dictatorships by any means, but move to if not a democratic multi-party system of some sort. But there was looking at times that possibly the regime would fall. The regime falling doesn't mean that it's going to be democracies. God, no, it could be some sort of neo-nationalist, as opposed to the old Chinese nationalist takeover, or some such other thing, or another cultural revolution, or who knows. But yeah, the whole we'll let that continue. The whole experiment, as you say, was with China. I do hope, though I fear it's not, but I do hope this whole COVID trade problem situation around the world, not just with China, has woken governments and corporations up to realize that, yeah, we shouldn't have all of America's medicines made in China. I know a lot of medicine for Europe is made in Europe, but to have the idea of that is can be in and of itself a problem, even if the regime isn't trying to make it a problem, whether it's something like COVID or just other trade interruptions. The global trade is good, but global trade is also bad. Ireland. No, I don't care enough about Ireland to want to give you anything. I think global trade is a good thing, but it is also a bad thing. It needs to be a balanced thing. Where and how do you balance it? And it depends on the industry. I can't answer that right here and right now. And communism combined with capitalism creates socialism. No, I wouldn't. Because most of the quote unquote socialist countries in, Scandinavia region are really highly regulated capitalist economies with lots of social welfare programs. Where you get socialism, and I know Americans throw these terms around a lot, but where you get socialism is like when Britain nationalizes the car manufacturers, meaning the government owns the means of production. Whether it's like owning the national healthcare system in Britain, the government owns most all of the hospitals. There are a few private hospitals in Britain, but owns all of the hospitals, and so all of the doctors, nurses, people who clean the floors, whatever it is, all the jobs in the building, in the hospitals, are all government workers. That is socialism. Social welfare programs are different than socialism. They're social welfare programs. Whether we look at the Ponzi scheme that is America's social security system, and it's designed on the idea that there's only going to be a few old people, and there's going to be a lot more young people, and it will work. Now, unfortunately, there's going to be a lot of people, because of modern medicine, living from the age of 65 or something to the age of 100, and there might not be enough 20 and 30-year-olds to pay for the Ponzi scheme, but coming up in the future. But that is not socialism, in the sense that it's not meant to redistribute wealth, meaning take it from rich people and giving it to poor people. It's meant to manage the wealth. So 20-somethings and 30-somethings aren't worried about at that age their retirement age, so they're not saving for their retirement, so you're forcibly taking out money that you'll then give it to them later. And so it's not entirely redistributive. There is an element to it, but it's not designed to be redistributive in the sense of it. Okay, nav tactics advanced. Let's check this out, how we're doing. That would be under air. We'll let that continue. Marxist theory, if I remember correctly, socialism was the middle point of seizing the means of production to progress towards the goal of a communist state. Yeah, well... how do I put this? Communism and socialism. Okay. You know what a rectangle is, right? It's like this window here. The rect is a rectangle, okay? It means four-sided thing that are all at right angles. I believe, four-sided object, drawing or whatever you want to call it, and all of the angles are at right angles, meaning they're all at 90 degrees. That is a rectangle. Okay. A square is a four-sided object. All four corners are at right angles, but all of the sides of the rectangle are of equal size, right? So all squares are rectangles, but not all rectangles are squares. Okay, so let's change this analogy to socialism. Socialism, okay, and communism. All communism is socialism, but not all socialism is communism. Okay, so it in theory. Now we can talk about in practice and reality and whatnot, blah blah blah. But in theory, communism is supposed to be extreme leveling. I use that term. It's a term that there were levelers in Britain back in the 17th century that I'm sure there were extremists, but it's not that they didn't want somebody to have, somebody couldn't have twice as big a farm as somebody else, but they wanted to get rid of the idea of the aristocracy, of large landholders, of things that are unfair. They wanted everyone to be fair. Now, they weren't communists, as far as I could tell, as in shared means of production or of the state. No, it was like a shoemaker would own his own shoe manufacturing shop that he would make his own thing. The farmer would have his own farm, and it would be his, and he'd have the right to sell it. But everyone was sort of leveled out. Not to have somebody has a farm 10 times the size of somebody else's farm. Everyone was going to be leveling. So communism is sort of that extreme levelingism, as well as extreme socialism, meaning all of the means of production are owned collectively through the state. Where a lot of socialist elements will go, well, yeah, we want national health care in Britain to be owned by the state. Yeah, okay, the car manufacturers get to be owned by the state. This gets to be owned by the state. That gets to be owned by the state. The railway companies get to be owned by the state. And they go, blah, blah, blah. These are owned by the state. Now, these other things, let's say a software manufacturing company, that might not be owned by the state. Or a regional bakery, that employs 500 people in Britain or something, might not be owned by the state. Highly taxed, highly regulated. But so we're in communism, all the bakeries, all of the shops that sell baked goods are all owned by the state. It's all state ownership. It's sort of extreme socialism. So communism really is just extreme socialism, but they're both socialism. And most socialists are one of two things. Lying to you in that they really are communists, but they know if they say they're communists, people will dismiss them, not vote for them, think that they're crazy. Or there's someone who believes, so either they're lying to you, which I think is actually the majority cases, or there's someone who believes that, yeah, full communism is bad, but somewhere on the spectrum of socialism is good. Now, and I don't mean just some minor thing, and I don't mean social welfare programs either. That's the difference. Like in America, we do have government-owned hospitals. We do have government-run hospitals. We have I don't know, we may have a larger government, I don't know. We may have a larger government-run hospital system than the NHS in Britain. It is the VA, Veterans Administration hospital system. There's one not too far from where I live. There is, a whole industry of medicine for veterans in America. And I don't know the current state on it. There's been pushes to say, well, hey, if you live here in Greensboro and there's no VA hospital, the VA should pay for you to go to whatever local hospitals instead of having you to travel down into Wilmington or whatever bigger city where there is a VA hospital. So you don't have to travel back and forth just to get to a damn VA hospital. You just pay to use a local. But hey, great, where you have enough veterans living in Wilmington here, you have a big VA hospital. So America runs national health care for our veterans. A veteran doesn't have to go there. He can go anywhere he wants to, but the VA doesn't pay for it. And it doesn't have to be anything related to his military or war service. It could just be, anytime after it for the rest of his life. He's in the VA system. They will take care of him. He has a motorcycle accident. The emergency room, wherever he goes, will take care of that. But then any long-term medical stuff, the VA takes care of it. So we do have that in America. But what we do have in America currently, and people don't realize this, most of the hospitals are privately owned. But if you are poor, the government will pay for your medical support. It may not be as good a medical support as if you are either rich or have a really good insurance program, but the government will pay for your medical care if you're poor. So it is a social welfare system as opposed to a socialism system. It is redistributive. That's why it's social, because it takes money from some people and gives it to others through, and as in paying for their medical support. But that is different than socialism. Social welfare programs are the gateway to socialism, so they need to be watched, in my opinion, from becoming, you don't want a system that everybody just decides to go onto the government system. You want to be able to have a competitive system so that advancements happen. It's a big important thing. Thanks, Arno, for plugging everything. The Twitch channel, the YouTube channel. Okay, Infantry Unit Training Advance. And all of these social systems, as well as socialism, because there are, to some degree, minor, but mostly social welfare. I got to look into some of the stuff, some of the details. Infantry Unit Training. Let's see, we're probably going to do some other 37 technologies. Okay, we got through those. No, something happened to us. We lost a lot of, okay. Now, you can also follow us. Yes, as Arno's pointing out, you can watch either on YouTube or on Twitch, whichever is the best feed for you. And mentioning that, I've gone on too long. We are going to end this episode here. Not the live stream, guys, so everyone can stay, hang out. But those watching later on YouTube, I try to keep these somewhat shorter. Thank you. Post your comments. Tell me, because I'm sure I'm getting something wrong on all of this, because I'm not working from notes or whatever. Correct me. Or if you just think I'm, wrong opinions, please post that below. Hit the like button. Subscribe if you're new. See you next time for even more, more Hearts of Iron and me pontificating on things. Okay, yeah, we'll keep going here. Sorry, I'll try to comment that lead to tangents. Is difficult for me not to. Well, yeah, I hope it's interesting for people to, yes, Arno watches both at the same time because he's one trying to help out, because it does, the more people watching either stream does attract more people here. We want to get more people in, so you can watch on both with maybe just the sound up on one. Okay, let's make another episode here. Yeah, and thank you for following. Very appreciative. Welcome back, fellow armchair generals. This is Gamer 1745 with my continuing look at Hearts of Iron 3's Black Ice 11.2's game, and we are playing as the United States, so this is a first for me. I have not played as the U.S. before. We are not doing these trades. We are keeping our resources for ourselves unless I really want to help out an ally. Thank you. Nearly ending in 1936. That is getting through. Good. Let's take a moment to look. Okay. We're doing some reinforcement, keeping that going. We're not doing any upgrades right now because I just rather get this stuff achieved. These are taking a long time to build. I think these are going a bit faster. I'm looking like at a 19. Probably get most of these if I start in 1939. Get them done by the war in 1941. And get upgrades going in 1939. So we're just really focusing on consumer goods as sort of needed. Supplies, we have a fairly big resource of supplies. So we're just going along as needed, and our production. We don't need to, unlike Germany or something, we don't need to sell supplies to buy resources. We are now back at medium popularity, and we've had these revolts that I dislike entirely. No, I will not be. I'd rather send these guys over here. I will not be rage quitting, but it's a close run thing in my opinion. Okay, Flint sit-down strike. 1936, 1937, Flint's sit-down strike changed the United Automobile Workers from a collection of isolated locals on the fringes of the industry to a major labor union, led to the union. Somebody who's really into the unions have been working on this stuff. Not saying that they're wrong. This is really somebody who likes this stuff has made these things. I don't know when. I mean, it could have been years and years ago, which is fine. But meaning that so far all I'm seeing is labor relations stuff. I'm not seeing, because I mean, if anybody wants to pay me proper working hours, I could make mods for this stuff that would make Third Reich. Well, I could expand Third Reich events a whole lot more. I could do America. I've got material that would be cultural, social. What movies are happening, what books are getting big. I've got all of it saved. It just has to be built. There is huge amounts of stuff that was going on in America that would make all this an interesting playthrough. And not that it does cover some labor relations stuff, but yeah. The police attempted to enter the plant in January 30th. The strike inside the plant the strikers turned the fire hoses on the police while pelting them with car parts as members of the women's auxiliary broke windows in the plant to give. It doesn't sound like a sit-down strike to me. Give strikers some relief from the tear gas the police were using against them. The police made several charges but withdrew after 6 hours. The striker dubbed the Battle of Bull's Run. Bulls is a term for police back then. And then, of course, there's the Battle of Bull Run, first and second, often known, or also known as the Battles of Manassas, but a mocking reference to police as bulls. I didn't even get reading that far. Okay, and the Battle of Bull Run. 0 regiments rise up in Flint, Michigan. I guess this is supposed to be Flint, Michigan. Why do we have, if 0 regiments rolled up, what's up there? Army HQ has advanced. Well, we saw from the description there that was more than just a sit-down strike. Okay, what model tank do you favor now? Or Battle of Manassas, as we call it here. Absolutely. I've walked the fields of Manassas one day. I have the Battle of Manassas. It's a war game that uses counters. It uses a big hex map, two big printed sheets of paper. Still have it. Played it, love it. The Battle of Manassas, very good. I spent one time. Well, my dad worked for the government for years and years, most all of his normal working life, and until he retired from that. And at one occasion, he needed to spend a little more than a week in Washington, D.C. And so in my later teen years, I traveled with him. So I stayed in his, the government was paying for his hotel room. We just got 2 beds instead of 1. And I stayed with him. So it was, the government was paying for his airfare and whatnot. So my family paid for my airfare. So it wasn't like government corruption. It was, he was needing to stay there anyways. He just paid the extra for me to go along. And so I spent a little more than a week researching, in the Library of Congress. I would go there during the weekdays and do research in the Library of Congress. But we were there over a weekend's time period because, like I said, it's a little more than a week. One of the days we had sort of planned this. I took my maps of Manassas, the battlefield of Manassas, and I walked the battlefield, mainly focusing on the first Battle of Manassas. So I've walked that and Henry House Hill and all of that stuff very much so. So I know a fair amount of this. What tank model do you, or for flavor now? Okay, you're wanting to know our current model designs. I think it's none. Oh, well, we do have light tank. Okay, we have the M1A1 combat car, if we were going to use that, or infantry tank's the same. So yeah, it's just that. We have this, yeah. So, which I don't even know if that hardly was around in 1936. Now, like I was saying on strikes, a lot of times the striking workers would leave the factory, but not just peacefully march in front of the factory holding signs, but would fight, literally fight, to keep replacement workers, they'd often call them scabs, from replacing them. So that, and that is often where the violence would happen, and then you would have the police called in to, let's do some Naval Technologies. 1937, so what light aircraft carrier. Looking for more structural stuff. So, users maybe can do 37 there. Oh well, wait. Oh, wait a minute. We're still way down. Something shifted. I'm not quite sure. We used to have a lot more. Hello, Ringo. So the workers would try to keep out replacements, and that is where a lot of the sort of violence actions, and as you can see from the description of the sit-down strike, nowhere they're needing military. Whether the military would be willing to come in or not is another question, but arm plate thickness, we're just going to cancel these until we get down to what we can actually research. What we're normally seeing is stuff where police were involved with it. Now, because in 1936 we are still very much in the Great Depression. Iran? No, thank you. We here have a lot of idled factories that just maybe the banks own them, because maybe the companies that, whether they were publicly traded companies or whether they were individually held private companies, or whether they're, 5 people got together and invested in the company, whatever it was, maybe had outstanding, loans that a lot of business do, and when they can't pay them back, maybe the banks took over the production facilities of whatever type, and in a lot of cases, they didn't have too many outstanding loans, but there was just no market for toasters or whatever, or not enough market for toasters. I use toasters as a generic. Could be waffle makers or whatever. There just isn't enough market for it, so a lot of these factories just shut down. So the economy just really shuts down. Tactical Air Command. Just going to cancel these until we're back to green. Going on, and so that really makes it hard for strikers, because without it, there's fewer jobs than there are people wanting to find them, so labor is not that valuable. Not enough market for forklifts, yes, whatever it may be. Standard infantry branch advance, okay, that would be there, so that's grayed out, good. You know, the forklift is just starting to come out at sort of this time period, and the forklift only really exists in America. That's something that most people don't know. They don't have them in Britain. They don't have them in Germany or in France. They don't have the forklift. And I'm not exactly sure when it's coming. It's coming out around this time period. The forklift brigade HQ. We're going to stop. And okay, so now we are. We've done the light. Okay, we can now come back here and. The thing that winning war in terms of logistics, absolutely right, Lord Samuel, because you have to have both the forklift and the pallet to lift it up. I mean, I'm not saying it's something that was sort of like a forklift didn't exist somewhere in other countries, but my understanding is all or virtually all forklifts that Britain gets are all made in America, and it's all set up to deal with Americans' palletized cargo that they're sending eventually, once America's in the war, sending over to Britain. It's America's logistics capabilities to run, whether it's home industry or whether it's pallets of ammunition that you're taking off, you're putting onto the, at the small ports in France, or the, over the beaches coming, those artificial ports. They were taking using forklifts, putting the pallets on the back of the trucks quickly. So instead of a lot of people shifting, 105 millimeter howitzer shells, you were just moving a pallet of 105 millimeter shells with a forklift, putting on the back of the truck, and that truck driving up to the front, and then at the front breaking down, the pallet and handing off the 105 millimeter shells, and then that empty truck running back to the, the port wherever and getting another load. So, but all of the stages of moving those 105 millimeter shells that are made in, Chicago, that you put them on a train, you take them off a train, you put them onto a dock that then lift them onto the ship. That's all done as palletized. So labor is super less than everywhere else in the world. Everywhere else in the world, it takes less labor to move a pallet in the American system, and they definitely, because you can see pictures if you look for it, and I have a bit, in the rear areas, as these become, rear areas as they're getting ready to invade Sicily or whatever, that they're bringing in forklifts, painted green by this point. These forklifts would be green instead of yellow or something back in the U.S., that they're moving palletized stuff, and it's all that logistics going on, and it is one of the reasons why, not the only, but one of the reasons why America is sort of the has superpowers. We throw around the word superpower, but superpowers is powers that these other nations don't have. Because, and see, this is one thing, and it goes, and you really sort of have to understand this when Germany is trying to evaluate, well, let's fortify Cherbourg, let's fortify Brest, Brest was a major naval port. Let's fortify some of these other ports, because if America shows up, and there's Boulogne does have a little bit of a port here, but it's really small, and you can't even get what would be a modern ship of World War II scale into Boulogne's fishing, sort of becomes a fishing port. In the 18th century, it was a small coasting port, small, a ship that you would load with maybe modern containers worth of sacks of something kind of thing could get in and out of Boulogne's port. So it's basically a non-entity to be able to ship goods off of. And even smaller, like Le Havre or wherever, Dieppe, smaller ports, not quite as small as Boulogne, but a little bit larger. Or the very small port at Dunkirk that we know of, and that the British were having trouble getting more than one or two ships in at a time, that they eventually moved to the beach. The Germans did not conceive, because they just weren't seeing the level of being able to move supplies rapidly over terrain that they that they couldn't have done. So they go, well, yeah, okay, you're stuck on the beaches. Oh, you have a small port, you can move X number tons of cargo. Well, we'll just create a pocket here, put a bunch of German units around. They still, until the Americans are able to break out, they're still very much in that mentality. But that was heavily yes. There was definitely sabotage. And see, if you sabotage all of the stuff there, and you're relying upon manpower to move things, as opposed to relying upon machines like forklifts, just moving around the port. If you have more American ships, those Liberty ships, a lot of them had their own cranes on board the ships, so they didn't necessarily need shoreside cranes to lift up. And they would lift up the pallet, put the pallet onto the dock, and instead of breaking that pallet down, or instead of driving a big truck onto the dock, you just have a lot of little forklifts that work like a bunch of ants. Pick up that pallet and move it, and to a parking lot somewhere where the trucks are, and load them on and go. And the Americans just were able to do that. Gliders, that's a one and done, so we know we're done with that. So we're going to continue here. Well, yep, they did sea mines. They did what they should do to try to deny a port to an enemy. It wasn't most of the time, not maybe every time everywhere, but most of the time it wasn't from a lack or from an incompetence on the Germans' part. Not sabotaging things that they needed to sabotage, or why they were losing. The Germans didn't so much, especially with the Western powers, didn't so much lose the war as the Americans, and I do say the Americans, won the war. And because sometimes the enemy doesn't win the war, your side just fucks up. And we'll do mountain warfare equipment. If your side fucks up, you sort of get yourself into a problem. And just the other thing, the Rhineland bridges, and that's something that the Germans again think the Rhineland bridges are critical for getting across the Rhine. And they only get Remagen Bridge and reasonable intactness to be able to use. You have that sort of famous picture of Patton on the bridge. Won't say more than that if you don't know. You can try to look it up on that. And he's on an American-made floating bridge across the Rhine. And so the Americans, you blow all the bridges, fine. We'll just lay our own real quickly down. And it doesn't stop the American ability. I would say it's, and I'm not saying no Germans knew nothing. They weren't Sergeant Schultz, but they just didn't understand the scale that America was going to be able to bring. Insufficient submarine fire? Oh, it's fire control. Okay, there, yeah. Okay, yeah, we don't do fire control anymore. Let's come over here, get ships, turbines up that big. And the U.S. wasn't even their objectives, but they took the opportunity. Right. Yeah. Oh, yeah. The American, because Americans, the American, high command, if you will, or whatever, didn't underestimate the Germans' ability to fight wars. They didn't, think that they were Italians or something. They knew that they were fighting a competent enemy. So they would presume something like the bridges would be blown up. So the Americans weren't like going, well, hey, yeah, we've got to secure these bridges with, lightning fast attacks or an airborne drop or whatever. No, the Americans, they did do, I forget, they did do one major drop across the Rhine. I forget its code name, parachute drop. But they were fully planning on, if need be, dropping a large airborne army on the other side of the Rhine, use that, to secure a bridgehead, and, because it's sort of hard to build a bridge under fire, but go across. And I've seen photos and people have made models of it, taking fairly large Higgins boats, the landing craft, and putting them on the back of trucks, the big dragon wagons, sort of the tank transporters. And they were not like, oh shit, what do we got to do? No, they would plan to put these on, and they had them on trucks and driving them across Europe, not just for the Rhine, but to do amphibious invasions across major rivers in Europe. And so they were planning these things well in advance, and knew what, when we get there, we'll have these, hopefully they'll be there on the day that we get there, but they definitely, we're in the supply line coming up these major landing craft to be able to get through operations there. So the Americans definitely knew what they were doing. Well, we'll continue amphibious unit training. Yes, Operation Varsity. That's right. Thank you, Arno. That's the one. Major landings. You guys can look that up. I think I'll probably open another window anyways and bookmark it, or read it now if you want to read while I'm pontificating. But yeah, that's it. Recon unit. Okay. We'll let that continue. And so they were prepared for whatever they were going to come up with. The Americans were. The reason he was standing, Germans used the reason. Oh, yeah. Civilian grade explosive for the Ludendorff Bridge. Yeah. You can see the bridge at Remagen. Robert Vaughn plays one of the German officers there and trying to blow it, and various reasons. Yes, but good movie that if you want to watch that. Okay, guidance advances for torpedoes. Okay, we'll see about, we can use this sonar detection equipment. Anyway, the U.S. was surprised that the bridge was, the U.S. was surprised. And of course, if you have the, the opportunity, you might as well take it, because you can sabotage a floating bridge somewhat easily by simply floating things down the river, that could blow up, or just simply ram into it. And they were worried about, or just like in that vein, storms or whatever can sort of flood the river and carry a bunch of trees and whatnot flowing down the river and run into the floating bridge and knock it out. So, propulsion advance again for torpedoes, I believe. Yes, okay, 38. Okay, these are, I guess we'll do that. Brazil. Yes, you can have crude oil. The fact that the bridge was damaged. Yeah. No, we're not buying fuel. Mm-hmm. using some fuel. We'll shift things around if need be, but if I really truly get too low because of conditions, I will buy fuel then. Okay, economic focus stage. Okay, so again, like I say, I haven't played the U.S. Economic focus stage 1-3 effects. ICs plus 10%, supplies. And my understanding, guys, and I totally agree with this. These ICs here that we have here do not accurately represent, and we've talked about this earlier in the previous episode or earlier here in this stream. Thanks, Arno, for the links. Do not accurately represent the capabilities of production of America at this time. It does not. What it does to some, I mean, we're making somewhere between wild ass guesses and highly informed guesses as to capabilities of production for all of these games. Whether it's Paradox or the mod makers, which includes me, because obviously I make sub mods for Black Ice, but we're all making some levels of guesses of capabilities of production abilities or resource things. We're making some level of guesses. We're taking maybe real facts or maybe fake facts that, misinformation that was put out there or whatever. I'm thinking Soviets and I'm thinking Germans, or even the Allies trying to misinform other people maybe that have become the facts, but they may not be. But we're taking facts and we're making educated guesses as to capabilities, as opposed to how many helmets they made in 1942. Does that mean that's all they could have made, or that's just all they wanted to make? But what this does, I think, reasonably accurately look at is America's ability to fund within the system that it works in, because it is not a totalitarian system, to fund whether it's industrial production developments or military, right, these are all naval, but to fund focused capabilities for the war effort. So meaning, General Motors, Ford, and Chevy are the three big auto manufacturers. Now, I know there's others that are now in America, Mitsubishi, Tesla, and whatever, but they're just the three that survived the Great Depression, and partially by swallowing up Oldsmobile or some of the other Pontiac or whatever, some of the other automobile manufacturers that had been independent, that then either some just disappear, others become sort of sub groups, sometimes sub design, sometimes just different naming things, but they're not necessarily even subsidiaries, because they're not necessarily even like a different company. They're just a branding situation. So the big three are the surviving automobile manufacturers that aren't wiped out, because there had been like 100 or more in America, sometimes very small ones, but they're the ones that survive, and they're cranking out civilian trucks, civilian cars, but to a limited market because of the Depression. And so this is mostly a civil economy that, the way it is currently set up, does not, facilitate the game's elements of military or industrial production for that. And that is right. So or in a reasonable form. So. And I do know that they've changed this over the years. Like I said, I've sort of paid attention to it, but I've never played this before. And so America should be nerfed now, but whether, it's just with IC effects or whatever, by the time you're getting around to 1940, it should be a raging powerhouse of industry that the government can take advantage of. But so okay, so we'll so economic 1-3. Okay, ahead of government. So this is, so we're getting more ICs, more supply production, and IC efficiency. So it is still hampering our, because the longer it takes to build something, the more ICs it takes, because it takes, it's how fast it gets through the, because if it's taking 5 ICs to build something and it takes twice as long, it takes twice as many ICs. So building of land, air, and naval is being slowed down again, because during this time there was mostly just naval building, other than few limited small production of some aircraft to test and some military stuff, but very, artillery, but even that's very, very little, and especially for 36. No, I think more 39, 40 for most of the work. Okay, and that's, these are, okay, I'm not understanding why these are both, I don't know why this isn't 3-3, but maybe this is, I don't know. Don't understand all of this. Okay, so national manpower, again, we're at a volunteer only army. Oh, we've lost, okay, I'm misreading this. I was thinking of this. We've lost these effects, but so we've gone from this to this. Okay, so that's how this works. We've gone from this to this here. So we've lost this 10%, but now we're at 15. We're now at 10. We're now at 2.5, but we're still land build speed, armor. Okay, land build was infantry versus armor, and manpower down. So yeah, don't think we're building up our army. Okay, so that's how this works. So maybe there wasn't a one here, I don't know. Okay, so this is how they're doing it. Did you know? Okay, yes. I don't know, still plugging everything, very good. And so that now lets us have a little more research. And I think we will continue to look. Capital ships take the longest to build, of course. So you want to get their technologies up as early as possible. Okay, main armament there. Fire control is something that's upgradable, I do believe, as well as damage control. Not sure if secondary guns, main armament guns, you have to go back through the factory. So we'll do this. Get that, and we have another one capable here to do. How is our? Okay, we're starting to do single fighter. We are almost, day or two away. Okay, no, let's do this from being in actually 37. Well, I'm trying to let the game run, but when I like to, when I'm making a decision to some degree, pause, just because I don't like the time pressure while I'm trying to read the stuff, Arna. Like artillery brigades here, and while I'm trying to do this. That's grayed out. We can do that. And then let it go. Iran, no, we're not trading with Iran. Yeah, I know, I could run it faster. We'll accept that. Okay, we'll try it. But yeah, you see, I just end up pausing it so much faster anyways. Merchant ships subsidies. Okay. And I do want to read all of these here for both because I've never had these, never seen these before, as well as hopefully informative to you. Merchant Marine Ships, Subsidies, 1937. President, our current legislation has authorized us to subsidize the construction of a limited number of prefabricated merchant vessels each year. It might make sense for us to move forward with the program this year and expand our auxiliary fleet of convoys. Remember, the ships built through this program complete faster and cost less ICs than building them normally. They are also economically added at the end of your production queue. Okay, so what this is telling me, I'm supposed to come here and do this. And so to get these kicked out, because if it gets readjusted, they'll readjust to the regular and maybe go down in production days. So do that is what it's telling us to do. Okay, we're now down in low popularity. Okay, annexing Egypt, Moscow show trials. Okay, yes, you can have energy. Yes, you can have metal. We have things. Oh, I'd rather just keep pausing it. I think I will go back down to that and just, I'd rather run it at this. I do want to get through these sort of quiet years fairly quickly, but okay. Okay, so we should get a giant infrastructure project. So we are going to go long-term investment, which reduces that espionage focus. Let's do political spying. We're low popularity. We're going to disable for a year. And puppet status, which is the Philippines. We're going to continue to tell them to focus on the Army. Yeah, here we go. I give the highways to Germany because by 36, they were continuing to build the Reich Autobahn after 36, but they'd gotten great portions of it done by 36. Okay. Railway level. Here we are. Okay. National highway supply throughput. IC's down. We don't need more of any of these, so we don't probably need mining. We don't need manpower yet. I mean, we're only that, but I don't think we're going to need manpower. You know, maybe we do need manpower. Maybe in the long term, we do need the manpower. So we don't need it today, but let's do mechanized farming. Let's start building our manpower up a little bit more. Okay, we're going to do that. Is it possible for take control in this game? Would anything change in terms of gameplay? I do not know. I would think theoretically it's possible. In terms of gameplay, let's see, is that progressive? I guess he's progressive. Oh no, that's definitely Democrat. Douglas MacArthur. I guess this is meant to be because it looks more. This dot looks. I don't know. I guess it's supposed to be that blue. Douglas MacArthur resigned generalissimo. He did run, or sort of ran for president after the war. But, so pig-headed isolationist. That would be Landon. I don't know much about Landon. I've heard the name Alf Landon. But I guess it's possible. I don't know. Other than putting a different set of people in charge in the ministry, I don't know how that would be changing the game. The Republicans were much more isolationist. But once Pearl Harbor happens, they become, yay, we're going to go to war, including the Germans, going after the Germans. The Republicans might have focused more on Japan, but I don't know. I don't have good enough information on that. Yes, you can have metal, agricultural manpower benefits, military police. Yeah, let's cancel you. Yeah, FDR was very, very popular. For multiple reasons. I mean, the people don't understand how much he was making the Depression worse, extending it, making it worse. But what they do see is all of his relief programs. And the relief programs are making the Depression worse on the way they're doing it. So they wouldn't be needed if the Depression wasn't so bad or was over. But yeah, he's quite popular. I would say one of the biggest things hurting his or the biggest threat to, I would say, the biggest threat to his reelection. And again, I am not. We would give them money in exchange. No, we don't want to buy supplies. I would say the biggest thing gets people worried about him is his push to get involved in the wars, whether in China or in Europe. Those are the biggest threats to his re-elections, in my opinion. Oh, we're not going. I need to only go. So yeah, but FDR was quite popular. You see, it's really hard to put yourself into the heads of historical figures, and not just take our perspective on things. Okay, no foreign entanglements prolonged. Yes, we're going to continue to prolong this. See, this is, if you were trying to abandon this policy, the Democratic Party loses popularity. And this is something that really is an issue in America. Okay. Trying to compare Wilson and FDR. I just don't see, and again, this may be me looking back at history as opposed to them looking at it as they go through it. But I don't think they saw the German Kaiser and the Austrian Kaiser as some sort of threat to the future of the world, including Wilson. I think there is very big upset. And I don't think Wilson could have gotten the U.S. into World War I without Germany announcing that they were going to go back to unrestricted submarine warfare. Now, unrestricted submarine warfare is the only way that is really going to get Germany any effective submarine warfare, but still, you go, oh, well, it's not going to be effective, so we have to go do this. Yes, but the effect of going and doing it will be a quicker loss of the war, if not, any chance of possibly winning the war goes away once you get America involved in, actually involved in the war. So it's counterproductive. And, at some point, somebody annoying you enough by sinking your neutral shipping will get you into the war. So even if there isn't a grand strategic interest of the U.S., it's just, hey, yeah, you're sinking our ships. You do that enough, we'll go to war with you, kind of thing. Where I really think FDR sees Nazis. FDR makes a lot of positive noises about fascism at points. So fascism isn't entirely the bugaboo that it becomes in propaganda during the war. It isn't quite the thing we must defeat earlier on, fascism. So it's not really fascism. And FDR, to some degree, sees communism as a good-natured mistake. They're wrong, but because he's very much a progressive, so was Wilson, but sees them as being a overdone mistake. And of course, Wilson is not a totalitarianist. He really isn't, as far as I can tell. He wants to persuade the American people to go along with him. And if he can't, he really isn't going to, even if he had the means, meaning the, whether it's, you look at the FBI and, as we were talking about earlier, or, Hoover or whatever, even if he has the means of putting people into camps of one sort or another, which he does once the war, we see him putting the Japanese into camps. And I will say that's as much for their protection as it was a sort of security thing. Because there was a lot of hostility towards the Japanese. I'm not saying it's right, and I'm not justifying it and saying it for their protection is good enough reason to do it, putting them in camps. I'm sure we'll talk about more when the time comes. But there's a lot of it. I remember there's a photo that I've saved of a Chinese woman, and I forget, she had some sort of job, but she's like in Florida, and I know this is sort of staged for the cameras, but supposedly she did this anyways. She's going to the beach in Florida, which wasn't quite the beach center that it becomes today, but down, whether it's in Miami or wherever down here, going to the beach, and she, it shows her there, in her one-piece bathing suit, reading a magazine with a sort of a beach chair and an umbrella, but she's stuck an American flag, I think, right next to herself down there. And there's a lot of the idea that, you got to separate, the average American isn't going to tell the difference between a Chinese and a Japanese person. And China, all yay, hooray for Japanese, boo, boo, terrible. And so there is a real sort of, hey, I'm Chinese, or maybe you should put a nationalist Chinese flag. I forget. I have the photo saved somewhere. Like I say, a lot of stuff. There was a strong, hey, yeah, we're Chinese, leave us alone, or help us out, here in America, American Chinese, but and so it wasn't an anti-Asian, it was an anti-Japanese thing. So there was a lot of worry on that point. And, as much as George Takei, which I've talked to George Takei. I'm not going to go into the details, but, I will say this. He came to my school when I was in high school. Won't go much more, but I did talk. I've met and talked to George Takei. Again, Sulu from Star Trek. If you don't know who that is, no, we're not going to trade with. Well, no, France, copper. Okay, we will trade with France if they want copper. We'll trade with France. But yeah, and who did spend time as a child in the camps. Very much so, and I knew that back then, in the Japanese camp. But there was no there were some, and he's talked about, and some of the ones talking about, there were a few of the guards that were assholes and threatened to shoot people, if they crossed the barbed wire thing. But there really isn't an intention of harsh treatment. I'm not saying it wasn't harsh. I've been to where the Manzanar, the camps are, not quite Death Valley, but they're out. Okay, Independence is like this. Because that's California. That is a picture of the desert out in Independence, and that is sort of near where the camps are. It is very dry. It is very deserty, so it'll be hot as hell in the summer, and in the winter it'll be cold. So the conditions weren't nice, and when they showed up there originally, it wasn't maybe very nice housing conditions. It improves over time. So I'm not saying it was all right to do or whatever. What I'm saying, it wasn't meant to be like we see camps in other countries, like, whether it's the Soviet Union or the Nazis. There was never that sort of an intent with the camps. But so FDR really is not a totalitarian. He wants to convince, persuade, encourage. Rangefinder. It's just rangefinder, which was. That's right. Rangefinder was ancient. Okay, fire ship, small warship control. He wants to convince the American people to go along his progressive path, and if he can't, as far as I can tell, maybe it's camouflage design that's pushing us towards 41. He's willing to. He is the type of person who's only going to push as far as he can convince. If he can't convince, he won't push any further. That's my reading of FDR. Whether it's correct or not, I'm not sure, obviously, but that is what I. If he can't, he'll threaten to pack the court. Well, yeah, there was the threaten to pack the court. But that's still different than anything the Nazis were doing, really, or the totalitarians. You're absolutely right. He is the one that was, because the size of the Supreme Court has gotten larger and smaller at different times during American history. Lincoln was he was facing an out-and-out civil war, including rebellions, violent rebellions within states that were still in the Union, and particularly thinking of Maryland here, that there's a lot of Maryland government officials that are just arrested and spend most of the war in jail, even though the state itself is staying in the Union. So, yeah, you can special forces. You can put the label of tyrant on Lincoln. I've been very wary because I talk so much about the Nazis. I've been very wary of talking about the American Civil War with what's going on. But yeah, no, where FDR really was thinking of packing the court specifically to get the outcomes he wants. And that's what the modern Democrats. Sometimes the modern Democrats say, well, the Republicans are packing the court, and they're saying, as in people who agree with them. No, they're not. They're just, when there's an open seat. Packing the court means expanding the court, enough people and putting them in that will get you invest in scientific community. Okay, 10,000 money. Okay, well, no, we're not going to do either of those right now. We're going to get more than 10,000 money. The biggest problem is, and I know there's a lot of Twitterites out there, people on Twitter. Some of them hold elective office, but that's another issue. Don't realize or don't think that if they pack the court and, add enough seats that now there's a left majority on the court. Eventually the Republicans will react to it. I mean, the Republicans, I mean, they let this last woman on the there are several Republicans that voted for her. I know we're talking modern politics here. Whether you like her or not doesn't matter. Whether you think she should be on the court or not doesn't matter. What I'm referring to is Republicans, well, she's not so terrible, so they're going to put somebody on the court, so we'll just give it to her. Where the Democrats they had the majority, and Trump was there, they would just said no to whoever. And eventually the Republicans will wake up to it. So if the Democrats were to dump on a bunch of, if Joe Biden was going to go, here's 4 more people for the Supreme Court, put them all on there, and he could nominate them all to the Supreme Court, because there's nothing in the Constitution that says how big the Supreme Court is. And let's say they go through and get elected. Now, I think the people that voted for this woman wouldn't vote for that, so I don't think it would happen. And I do think, because there are a couple of Democrats that don't have their heads entirely up their ass, would realize that, well, the next Republican would just get in, he'll put in 8 of his buddies on, and just keep doing that, and just eventually we'll have 55 Supreme Court justices. Who gets elected next? They'll put on a few more. It's something that would just, if you do that, the other side will do it eventually. Starstreak, where's Starstreak doing? I don't see Starstreak. Go to your neighbors. Go streak your neighbors. Oh, is Starstreak around? Oh, I see him up there. Oh, I see. I didn't notice him here. Hello, Starstreak. Gamer going legend on the hell are you? I'm doing well. Okay, submarine hull advance. Thanks for pointing out Starstreak was here, Arno, in your weird sort of way. Okay, submarine hull and submarine classes advance. Okay, we want to keep doing coastal submarines for the fun of it. Okay, these are all now 1936 technology, so we want to keep doing that, including hull. Oh no, that's a 38. Okay, reading an 8 as a 6. Well, unlike history, I don't know if there's going to be a thing that nerfs submarines. We will pursue better torpedoes. Well, warship. Very nice. Well, yeah, we'll come down and get that. But I think we're going to try to keep these episodes from getting too big. Hey, thanks for following. Do appreciate it. We're going to keep the live stream going here, but the episode will be ending now. I want to thank you all for being here. You can hit that like button if you want. I'd appreciate it. And if you're new, please subscribe on YouTube. Thank you, everyone. See you next time for even more, yes, more Hearts of Iron. Hey, don't worry, everyone. We're going to keep going here. I just want to make episodes. There's a lot of people that will see a 4-hour live stream and go, yeah, I want to watch that, but they don't have 4 hours right now, and so they won't watch it. But if I cut them up into, well, preferably less than an hour, they may very well turn them on and watch some or all of it, and so that will help out. So that's why I do both these things. Oh, Democratic votes to, well, how do I put this? In Arizona and West Virginia, she's not very popular. I'm just sure of it. So the 2 senators that are Democrats from those states might not vote for her. But if 2 or 3 Republicans are going to vote for her, they are already in enough hot water from not supporting other of Joe Biden's stuff. They will probably go along and do it. And even if they would still vote for her, vote for a woman who cannot define what a woman is. And if you can't define what a woman is, I'm not a biologist. No, I can't. I'm not a biologist. I can't define. It wasn't even define what a woman is. It defined the word woman, who is going to sit on the Supreme Court, who very well may in her lifetime, very likely in her lifetime, I think it's Title 18 or something like that, comes up before, which is a law that was passed in the through the proper order, Congress and whatever, signed by whatever president, that says for schools that the equal amount for and there's other elements to it, but this is a big one, for however much money is spent on boys athletics. And we all know, even though I'm not a biologist, but we all know boys are more into sports than girls. Okay, and whether it's a good fact or a good thing or bad thing, it's just a fact. Boys are more interested into sports, and I do think it's physical biology and not just social roles or socialization of children. I think because of hormones and whatever, I think boys are more into sports than girls. Okay, I just think that's a fact. That if a school, whether it's a university or a high school, however much they spend on the boys' athletic department, they have to spend an equal amount on the women's athletic departments. Now, there are literal high schools in Texas that have stadiums that, at least I would think, look like a pro football stadium, because in these rural elements of Texas, high school football is like some super big deal. Now, I don't get it, but I mean, everybody goes. It's a big, super big thing, and even though they have some of these big stadiums, they charge people to show up, so they very well may make money, running it as if it were a localized version of the NFL. Based on high school football. Okay, well, you have to spend an equal amount of money on women's sports. And, I don't know if that's right, or a morally good thing here, if like the whole town really cares about boys' sports. But whatever it is for women's sports, which could be football, but it could just be volleyball, or it could be bicycle racing, or it doesn't matter. I'm not concerned, but they're not concerned about, because it's not a cultural phenomenon for girls' sports to be that popular. Or whether you're looking at the college football in America that makes universities money, and so they bring in they spend a lot of money to try to bring in talented football players that may not be able to pass the entrance exam to the university just to be able to win sports games, whether it's college basketball, college football, or whatever, because it is a money-making institution for the educational institution. That's just a fact. And so maybe those, in my opinion, maybe those things, whether it's a good thing or bad thing, it's a thing. So maybe those sports things should get more money spent on them, than women's. But if you're just talking about general athletics within schools, you go to outside of Texas, sports teams that are, high school sports teams or whatever. Yeah, I'm with you on the idea that, if the boys' teams are getting new uniforms this year, the girls' team should get new uniforms this year or every year or whatever it is. They should get money spent on the sports. I'm not against, the normal course of things. I will recognize, like I say, certain college or certain high school sports are outsized because of there's an actual audience that's not just the kids going to the schools and some of the parents of the kids currently in school. There's just a general outside audience for the sports. That when it becomes that, I do think it's differently. But so this new Supreme Court justice who can't define a woman, how are they going to define when they do women's wrestling? Who's wrestling? Women's wrestling, and spending money on it. And maybe how is that, Title 18 going to go when they just decide we're getting rid of all men's sports so we can get rid of all women's sports, and we're just going to have sports, football, male, female, whatever, go play football together, male, female wrestling together. Okay, big male linebackers bashing into lightweight female linebackers. I don't know that that's going to work. I mean, there's some very heavy-set women, but still, those heavy-set women might get bones broken where the males wouldn't, because, yes, biology does exist. Virginia, there really is biology, and sometimes males' bone structure is bigger and denser, even if you have a man and a woman of the same weight standing next to each other. It may not be equal. But even if you're talking about non-contact sports, well, fine. But, javelin throwing, maybe, well, it's no longer going to be male and female. It's just going to be javelin throwing. How does that, do that? And, she's going to, and this is because this is something that's going to come to the Supreme Court, I do believe, in her sitting, that she cannot define woman as adult human female or words close to that effect. And she's going to be sitting on these things. So I think that there was, if the Republicans held the line, were the Democrats going to come in and use Kamala Harris as her tie-breaking vote in the Senate to get her in there? Maybe they would have. But like I say, in Arizona, Christian Simona, and West Virginia, Joe Manchin might have not voted for her under those terms. But with 2 or 3 Republicans voting for her, they don't get enough. They'll just go along. So I don't know that Democrats, the president nominates, the Senate confirms. So yeah, that's just sort of mine. Let's get on another episode here. Welcome back, fellow armchair generals. This is Gamer1745. I don't acknowledge enough, but I want to thank all the watchers over on Rumble. All my videos go over there as well, and I know I get a few handfuls of views per video, but thank you for watching over there. But of course, thank you to everyone on YouTube or those that are watching now live on Twitch. Thanks so much. If you haven't already, please subscribe or follow as appropriate, and you can hit that like button. So we're going to continue. Well, I talk about try to focus on this time period, American social institutional situations, as we move forward. That's okay. A little more here because we don't want to hold up negative amounts. And I must say, so far the viewing numbers have been good for the series, and I know we're not yet at war, but I do really hope the viewing numbers stay good. I am looking forward to this playthrough, but if you guys don't watch, there's no point in me making the series, so I got to keep that in mind. So please, everyone out there watching now or later on YouTube, please do so. I notice, I don't know why, but viewing numbers are really low today for the live stream. Don't know. Am I talking too much modern politics? Maybe, but or is it just America not interesting enough? Always, if you think I'm doing something too much or too little, please let me know. Doesn't mean I'm not. Doesn't mean I'm going to change, but I do keep it in mind. Yes, we're gonna. Again, I hate these damn payment things. Okay, low popularity. Yes, the Soyuru is launched. I do want to balance it out because I think enough people are here for my commentary on things. But okay, we're right on the line here. That's good. We can make a little bit more lever down. So it's mostly focusing industry building. And, okay, naval air targeting. Okay. Until we get to the world of nuclear weapons, which obviously happens at sort of the end of this game, America definitely has the advantage of the sort of invulnerable base of operations. And it really is that superiority tactics. Yes, we're going to cancel that. Really does make America different than everywhere else. Yes, I am. No, we're not selling you. We're not giving you control over some of our critical resources. We'll sell you these up here. We got lots of extra. But we did have that big payment to the Navy. We're going to wait till this gets a little larger before doing that scientific investment. There we go. That is probably large enough. So let's invest in the scientific community. A lot more capabilities to research. And sort of focus on naval stuff, get it up early. Yes. I don't know, should we do pocket battleship or just battleships when we really get to producing? Need superior strength, that's for sure. We can start to do 38 technologies, but I prefer to do the 37s that are available. We're going to do tank destroyers. I do not know. America certainly had them, so I guess so, yeah. We might as well make sure the ones that we produce are good. And part of the reason I'm talking about various things is just because otherwise America is honestly sort of boring at this point. If I do this, well, maybe we'll get some time to flow without things popping up. I don't know. Soviet Union. Tungsten, tungsten, tungsten. Okay, where are we on tungsten? How much over or under? We only have, no, we're not going to do this because I don't need to get rid of all my surplus here on tungsten. So, no, not even for the Soviet Union. Air launch torpedoes. Doubt, fine. Warship damage control, small warship. Yeah, okay, 34, and that will submarine engines advance. But we could do some push ahead a bit with some submarine technologies. Crude, yes, you can have some crude oil. Yeah, we'll let you, Bulgaria, have some oil. Okay, we'll push ahead on submarines here, especially these. It'll take a little longer to research. Already pushing a bit much. Okay, well, let's take a interception tactics. Owner mine investment. Yeah, we may do some of this later, but not now. 6 months is good. Waterman Aerobeel. Okay. On February 21st, 1937, the Aerobeel was developed by Waterman Aeroplane. Made its first flight. It was a tailless aircraft intended for civilian use. It worked as an automobile on the ground and the plane in the air. It generated little consumer interest, and only 5 were built. Many iterations were built in later years, but never took hold. The last iteration was made in May 1957. Huh. I didn't know about this. I definitely knew about various wannabe flying cars. This looks like a pusher propeller, though I don't see the propeller there, but that's the only place I can see where a propeller would be. Yeah, big propeller whizzing around behind you. I just looking at this mechanically, I don't see a way of transmitting. I mean, maybe up here, but I don't see a way of transmitting drive force to the wheels. So this looks to be purely a propeller driven vehicle, whether in the air or on the ground. I mean, I could be wrong about that. Like I say, maybe there is some sort of front wheel drive, but I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think that's a terribly good idea, especially because with a propeller driven, whether if it's rear or front, you definitely have people walking into the propeller, and you have a lot of backdraft or whatever you want to call it, behind the propeller as you drive down the road, and potentially putting a lot of dust and other things up into the air. Yeah, even that's probably not a really good idea, but definitely during the Depression. And there's a lot of this type of, not necessarily, flying car combo things, but there's a lot of technological development going on, but just there's not a market for it because of the Depression. Can't quite figure out who to sell it to that has the disposable income to buy it. Okay, single engine prototypes have advanced. Very nice. Okay, so that now unlocks all of that, and we will get on airplane and we're postponing it. Yes. So just the draft. Yeah, we don't need the draft. Great War Analysis. Let's, yeah, we're going to continue that. And Cavalry, which is also, we're going to continue both of those. Okay, yes, you can have rare materials. Dual purpose guns, heavy AA guns. These are, I believe, onboard ships here. Yeah, we're going to stop that. Submarines will do batteries. It's got a bunch of industry, very nice. Okay. Motorization of infantry. Right. Okay, good. That was here. I'm normally used to having that done by the German, like Germany. Okay, does free up a bunch of new things to be researched eventually. Okay, export of zinc to Soviet Union. Well, let's check on our zinc. Okay, we're at level 5 surplus. Okay, we'll trade. Well, let's trade some zinc, big time zinc with the Soviet Union. Metal. Okay, motorized support choice and activation of the trucks. We'll do activation of these trucks. Yes. Again, I think those are a bit later. We'll probably just do some of my standard motorization choices. Okay. I don't know. Is Starstreak still there? He may not be. Okay. Now let's do engineers. I'm not going to do assault gun. Not going to do light armor. Well, we're America. Maybe we should do light armor. That way we can have light armor with our infantry divisions. Yeah, we'll do that. Okay. Yeah, good. Yeah, I agree with you, Arno. I think we're just going to see about ruling the air enough that we don't need anti-air support. So let's just increase our artillery and increase our anti-tank. And we're finished. We need to get the Stuart's production. Yes, the Stuart production and production line. Rather good. Yeah. Rather good light tank, the Stuart. For one that serves through a great bulk of the war, I think that is probably about the best light tank. The best light tank really would be the M24, in my opinion. But okay. Government focus. I just do war ministry because if we get the negative effect, it doesn't affect us in any real significant way. So we'll do that for now. Okay. Well, it's okay. Yes, we want to do light armor, detachment armor. Yeah, I think we'll just do regular artillery focus and not go with rockets. Okay. Lewiston Auburn Shoe Strike. Again, somebody who made all these is really interested in workers' rights, which is fine, but it does tell me to focus. No, I know the meme for War Thunder and whatnot with the M22, but you look at the nice 4-man tank, the M24, 75 millimeter gun on it, basically the same gun as the Sherman, but it's light tank capable, running around. Yeah, it's the vehicle. It's the good vehicle. Over the winter of 1936, the United Shoe Workers of America, a subunit of the Labor Union Congress of Industrial Organizations, that's where you get the AFL-CIO. This is the CIO part. Asked the shoe workers, unions in other states to help them forming labor organizations. The union came to Auburn to solicit members, but the Shoe Workers of America failed to receive recognition. The workers of the factories wanted higher wages, shorter hours, and decent working conditions. The combination of these problems, the union's lack of recognition, reached its peak in March 24, 1937, when workers voted to go on strike. Within a week, 5,000 of the 6,300 shoe workers in Lewiston and Auburn were on strike, and 19 shoe factories closed. Workers' rights, yeah, okay. Second London, okay. Yeah, well, it's letting us scrap the where, don't know, up here? Move forward. This down a bit. Because we're producing a lot. Oh, we're into the two. Okay, we want to produce more ICs. ICs everywhere. Yeah, Cleveland, Ohio, you can have it. We need to garrison you, but producing so there. Yeah, Omaha can have a industry. Oh, as well. Let's also do Kansas City, Missouri here. Oh, we're not through. Oh, I didn't pay enough attention. Okay. There we go. Just a few more. There we go. That's what I wanted to do. One of the biggest problems with the M22 doesn't kill infantry that well, where the Stuart does, or not. Well, the M24 does. The Chaffee, heavy anti-tank guns, tank destroyer focus. We're going to do tank destroyer focus, not heavy anti-tank guns. Export of aluminum to Peru. No, thank you. Battle of Rumford 1. 1,000-kilogram bombs. Okay, yeah. Let's do some of these other researches. You can run over infantry. Well, it's not always that simple, Arno. Run over the infantry, yeah, but that's more like oh shit, we need to, than the plan. The plan should be to shoot the infantry, run them over if all else fails. No trade with the Netherlands. One of our tungsten sales have expired. Okay. Aluminum sales expired. We get more money. Cool. Chrysler Auto Strike UAW rapidly found success in organizing with sit-down strikes, first in General Motors plant in Atlanta, Georgia in 1936, and more famously, Flint's sit-down strike began in 1936. The first strike ended in February 37 after Michigan Governor Frank Murphy excuse me played the role of mediator, negotiating recognition of the UAWs by General Motors. The next month, auto workers at Chrysler won recognition of the UAW as a representative. Okay. The viewer drop-off may just be simple explanation, but it could also be politics. Viewers based on Twitch is very leftist. Yeah, well, because I'm looking at both the Twitch numbers, ZZ, as well as YouTube numbers, because I'm live on both of them, and I should have left somebody up there, but I wanted to garrison Detroit because I would have thought that would have been bigger. Okay, Belgium requesting permission. Yeah, you can do that. Yes. As long as you're civil about it, I will be happy to have you post opposing opinions. And I do not want, I've only watched clips of some of these people. I do not gang up or belittle people who post different opinions, because you are right, you know, Hassan and other Twitch people are very left in their viewpoints, and they have a very big audience. I don't belittle people that I disagree with. I think I'm very civil with them, and I actually want people to give me decent opposing views. Okay, that's fine, I guess. People's Republic, no. Okay, now we have some surplus here. But much more in here. Oh, something is okay. Maybe one of those things grabbed the big effect of. Yeah, still maybe a little more than needed there. We've got a bunch more ICs. Port strike tactics have advanced. That is here. These things can be done at any time. We'll let that continue. But we want to get some of these ground up first or earlier. Nope, not to Yugoslavia. Mountain infantry activation. Okay, United States Housing Authority. United States Housing Authority, or U.S.A, was an agency created during 1937 as part of the New Deal. It was designed to lend money to states or communities for low-cost construction units of about 650,000 low-income people, but mostly homeless, were started. That sentence doesn't make. Progressives early in the 20th century had argued that improving physical environment of the poorer citizens would improve their quality of life and chance of success. The private sector saw an economic danger in nationalized housing, and somebody really left-wing has made these events. Insisted that there be clear differences between main housing industry and welfare programs focused on people too poor to buy, but people who are worthy and deserved help. There was a concerted effort in the words of Senator Robert F. Wagner, to avoid competing between private and public sectors. What do I want to say about this? And I don't know much about this program other than what I've just read. I am not against the concept of helping people get housing. You have to look at your society, one at your society, and two, what you want your society to be like, what your society is. Singapore, to the best of my knowledge, has almost zero true homeless. That there are government programs, basically government-owned housing for what would otherwise be homeless people to live in, whether they're old people incapable of really getting a job and working enough to make money to buy housing in population dense Singapore, or other people that whatever reason incapable of paying the rent or whatever. Now there is also massive controls on society in making sure that there is no conflict between the Indian, Chinese, Malay, and Anglo, because there is still a remnant Anglo, cultural groups, meaning they will not tolerate, whether it's Muslim or Hindus, religious stuff, both of those coming out of India, shall we say, or out of other things, causing conflicts. They will not the government will not tolerate it. So do not disrupt your neighbors along these cultural lines, and these are very hard and fast functional rules, whether in their society. Now they are also very strong against immigration to Singapore, meaning you don't just get to show up on Singapore's island and they'll give you housing. Okay, so it is a small controlled city state. Yes, I'll say I know there is the Anu or Inu or however you pronounce it people up here in Hokkaido, but they're very small. They're fading as a culture, unfortunately. But functionally, Japan in the modern day sense is, and yeah, I know there's a different culture between down here and less formal, more formal, but functionally it's a single cultural society here in Japan. They also have very, very little homelessness. But they also have massive cultural controls on society. Some of them legal, as in laws. Others are just heavily enforced, by society, social enforcement. Okay. So we're looking at, hello, Urbisnicht. Oh, hey, good to see someone still playing with you. I'm pretty sure that this game annihilated the majority of my brain functions due to its complexity. Well, I like it. I'm glad. Hopefully you'll like at least watching this. Hello, Malvigil. I'm sure I'm butchering the pronunciation. Good to have you here. So, most Americans back in 1937 or in modern day would balk at the cultural controls of Singapore or Japan. They would just find them horrendous. because they are significant. And of course, we're looking at, America. Now, scale, big. The more you have the government do, whatever it is, the more that the government does, the more it does, the more problems it causes. This depression that is going on in 1937 is entirely the government's fault. It's not the government's fault that it started, but it's the government's fault that it's still going on. The government is doing everything it can to continue the depression. Now, I know the people that are running the government don't think this, but that is a fact. And if you look at it, anybody who really understands economics, you look back at it, it is doing everything it can to continue the depression. Now, they're also doing a lot of things to make the depression less bad, meaning trying to keep people from starving to death or whatever. I mean, it's not like, they're doing everything evil. They're just doing everything they can to continue the depression. And this private sectors and public sectors. See, that is sort of the key term here. And so, and again, I really don't know, because I've not looked into a lot of the details. I've watched some documentaries and whatever, but I don't know all the details of all these programs. The idea of nationalized housing and having a public sector and private sector of housing is, in my opinion, a very bad idea. Now, I'm not a hardcore Austrian economics type person. What would work, I think, as a decent middle ground is, and I'm generally speaking for a flat tax when it comes to income taxes on personnel, on personal income tax for sure, on corporations and industries generally speaking too, but I'm also for using incentives versus clubs. And so the idea that not so much that the government should fund building of huge numbers of housing, but the government can do things like give loans to companies to build quality but small, maybe like apartments, housing, so that there is an incentive to build what would be cheap housing, whether it's apartment buildings in cities or more freestanding in more rural areas, to build housing, but keep it in the private sector, but keep it with an incentive to do it. And it's a complicated thing. Okay, so because I'll fucking tell you, you don't need any of this fucking shit if you have a raging economy and everybody just is making so much shit-ass money that they don't know where to spend it all. Okay? So that's the whole effing point. And I know I just sort of gone on a little bit of a rage there. But if you're not having a fucked up economy, you don't need these things. And the reason you have a fucked up economy, there's 3 reasons that I can come up with. You have a fucked up economy. 1, some sort of natural disaster. I just saw a video how somehow they're not really sure how locusts there are no locusts in America, in the North American continent anymore. And we used to, in the 1800s and before, be plagued by locusts. They're not quite sure, because locusts are sort of a type of grasshopper, and it was just a 10-minute video. But no one is quite sure why locusts are apparently are extinguished in North America. All of the other continents have locusts, but North America does not anymore. And they think it's maybe because of the American farming and some of the other stuff. But all the other continents have locusts, but there are sometimes famines or other economic disasters because there's natural disasters out there. Okay, that's one reason for fucked up economies. Okay, I'm going to add a fourth. There's four reasons for another second reason is warfare, because if you blow up all the factories in the country, you got a fucked up economy, or warfare is a reason for a fucked up economy. Okay, those are two. You can't help those two. Nature is going to be what nature's done. We can try to mitigate it, try to keep it from being too bad. But there's hurricanes. We don't know how to stop hurricanes. We don't know how to stop tornadoes. We can try to build in such ways to make it not so bad, but there are natural disasters. We can't stop earthquakes. I live in Southern California. I've lived through a lot of earthquakes. We've now learned to build more resilient for at least the normal earthquake, even big ones, earthquake activities to get through it fine, but we can't control earthquakes. So we can't control natural disasters, but we can work to, make the effect not so big. We can't control wars. No matter what the anti-war movement, whether it's right or left or whatever, because it's varied at different times, sometimes some group of people will just decide to go to war with you. You don't have the choice of not, other than just complying with them and then giving over to that. But then once some evil group wants to take you over, okay, well, we'd rather have you take us over than go to war. Okay, fine. But then there'll be some other evil group that will fight that evil group. So you can't, even just by giving in, can't always avoid war. So you can't always avoid war, and you can't always avoid natural disasters. Okay, those are two of the four reasons that I have for a fucked up economy. Another reason for a fucked up economy is economic change of a significant element. One, sort of the one that many societies have gone through, is industrialization. Is moving from muscle power, although they want to move us back to muscle power and wind power, or whatever, meaning windmills or water mills, or muscle, human or animal muscle, moving into industrialized, tractors, coal-fired power for a factory, or modern electricity, or whatever, moving from one, and so you go from needing a lot of people on the farm to go, hey, we don't, this farm had 100, had 100 people working on it. Now we only need 10. So bye 90 people. Go do something else. We just don't need you. We're going to produce as much food as we can produce, and we're going to do it with only 10 people instead of 100 people. So you go to societies, will go through the point of going like, oh shit, what do we do with these 90 people? Do they have factories for them to go through? Great, maybe they do, maybe they don't. So when you go through societal change, and you can look whether it's in Latin America or look into Africa, which has very little farm industrialization, what are you going to do if you start farming like they at least used to in some parts, and still do in some parts of South Africa, farm in an industrialized, efficient manner? What are you going to do with all the excess people in a lot of part of Africa? They may not have an industrial job to go to. So that would go, oh shit, what are you going to do with all this extra labor that doesn't have a transition to go to? That is partially why, especially in the third world, communism has been popular, because it has been an answer presented to these people as to why, or what to do with some of these situations. But so point number 3, the reason you have fucked up economies is you have a dramatic, and you can talk post-industrial society in which industry becomes even less. Because if you look at the movie Modern Times, starring Charlie Chaplin, which was focused in this video, or even before it, the movie Metropolis, they got all those guys were either going to or from the factory through the sort of corridor, all just sort of shambling along, but in sort of step with each other. It's just sort of like worker drones. Well, that's what Fritz Lang and crew in 1920 whatever that made Metropolis thought the future was going to be like, however many years in the future. Just have all these worker drones. Well, they did not understand or conceive of computerization and, not just mechanization as in farm, like industrialized farm. I've seen videos. I've got plows and harvesters. There's not a person sitting in the vehicle. It's just all computer done, and it just knows where to go and plows the fields. You don't even need a person. You just and we have driverless cars that are being taxis or whatever, driverless buses. And factories that you see these factories. Linus Media Group, the web channel or YouTube channel, he went into a chip manufacturer in Israel for one of Intel's major plants, and just showed all these machines that are they move these little boxes that have the the CPUs in them through all these stages, and they'll go back and forth through these stages 10-20 times, they say, and it's all just automated. They move around tracks overhead, and it goes to the thing, and there's nobody running these machines. These machines are running on their own. Now, there's also some stations that all have people standing in front of them, but there's a bunch of machines that don't have it. But they talk about how that they have these racks that they move around all the tools, and they're all laid out. They say it's very much like a race car pit crew, because when they because they don't even want the machine to go down, but when it's scheduled for whatever maintenance it does, the sort of human pit crew comes in there and does the maintenance, or if something isn't working right, replacement of parts, to get that machine back up as fast as pit crew possible to keep it going. So yeah, you need people in it, but you don't need all the mindless drones moving these things from station to station around. They've got this all computerized now. So Metropolis thought that for some future city with flying cars, that they were going to need a bunch of worker drones that just droned on about doing these things at just a depressing job. Well, we are now in this, information technology age. And so, yes, going through these different ages, and if they happen slowly over time, economies will just adjust to them. But you very well may get disruption where it puts a lot of people out of work, and then you go, well, what do you do with all these extra people? You only need so many Starbucks baristas, after a while you don't need any more of them. And okay, so but those are transitory periods. Okay, so that's 3. The 4th reason you need programs like this, in my opinion, because in my opinion you only need programs like this is when the economy is fucked up, is because the government's fucking it up. That is why you need these programs. Because without the government being fucked up, yeah, you're going to have poor people. Whatever country it is, you're going to have poor people. But poor people, if the economy is working right, will generate a certain amount of income, and they will be able to have some relatively decent housing for the society. But it's because of the government here is why they need these, over 500,000 or home units for about 500,000 low-income people. I don't know how are they getting this number. I mean, I know I'm just because the way that people are putting this, I do think this is a lefty putting in there. Is, what is this, units for about 650,000 low-income people. Are these 650,000 houses because one person living in a single family? No. Okay, so is it a two people per family, or is it 4 people, 2 adults and 2 kids? How many, how are you figuring this out? How much Yeah. So this is why this kind of stuff is what makes this so bad. Whenever you get the government into doing this, as opposed to saying, hey, we'll give you some tax incentives if you build more low-cost housing or whatever. I mean, there's which still causes problems, but causes a lot less problems. So, from the game perspective, I don't see why we wouldn't do this, because according to the game here, lose 5 in dissent, which we have almost none. Lose 250 money. Yeah, that's cheap. Really, that's cheap. And gain popularity for the Democratic Party, or lose money here, lose 10%, gets economic boost until, okay, economic boost until that. But we gain a dissent. I see boost. Well, money. Well, since we are the Democratic Party here, Progressive Party somehow is rampaging big. There was a I didn't transfer the event over. I think this is Father Coughlin's party, which were sort of a pro-fascist party. Yeah, we could use internal factors. Yeah. The dissent is not what's scaring me. I'm going to go with do it, but yeah, no, just rant about how bad it is, and it is. But okay, expand mines, expand factories. Yes, deploy motorized engineers. Yes, yes. Artillery focus. Yes. Okay, so what I think we get, yes, all of these we want to move to the top. Okay, mountain infantry activation. Where is it? Where is it? Looking for a. Oh, here. There we are. Okay. And with everything that's going on, gamer ranting how evil everything is. Evil gamer set sees evil everywhere. We'll do medium velocity count. That sounds like a good. Okay, well, that did give us enough boost to get our popularity back to medium from low, which that's what I was sort of worried about. We got a little bit more, so let's do light bombers so we can start researching in there as well. Dear God, APD is still on. I don't know what that is, Ringo. I mean, I see TikTok videos like when they're posted links on Twitter or something like that, but I do not have TikTok as a application. I probably should be making TikTok videos, but they seem to be popular with all you kids out there. Do a TikTok of me shooting something with a let's move this over here. Shooting with War Thunder, something that could be a quick short TikTok video. But I don't have it and don't do it. So I don't know who EPD. He's a bad man. I don't use it much either, but it might be a branch out for my channel. Yeah, definitely. Just because, from what I've seen, including some sort of political rants, including this one woman who went on about just don't let inflation happen. We say this piece of paper has this amount of value. We say this, it's not real. It's all made up. So just blah 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 bullshit. She doesn't understand what the hell she's saying. But it seems TikTok seems to kill brain cells. I'm not absolutely sure that it does, but it seems to. Sort of that, and that I think is maybe not so much. I mean, maybe TikTok, the algorithm or whatever, and what it shows you is not a. Should be more good steel. I'm looking for. Click there already. Well, where do we? Looking for good concentrations of iron or steel or whatever we call this, metals. Oh, that looks like a good one. Okay. May as well bump that one up big time. And here, yeah, 6. So keep that there. Coal fields, I think these are sort of quite honestly wasted for us. I'm not going to spend too much time looking for them. Just make sure we drop it down on something of a coal field. No. But the idea of a short form video in and of itself is not necessarily a terrible thing. Base of 10, yes. Okay, so that's that there. Don't want to put all my eggs in one basket somewhere. It's a riot or a certainly kills a 10. Yeah, well, yeah, if you're just hello NMDB, if you're just looking at that, I'm sure it does. I don't know what's killed entirely the youth attention span, because the youth attention span, whether it was back in MTV days, before the internet was anything, short videos, short programming, or whatever, and I'm not saying it isn't getting shorter. I'm sure it reinforces it. I'm sure it could. There's a lot of idiots out there who don't understand the markets and how GDP and supply and demand work, value of a country's money should, send them to Venezuela, because as some people pointed out, the dollar or pound or euro or whatever, yen, represents a unit of labor, and that's what it represents. How many minutes or hours does it take for you to earn that dollar, we'll just keep, we're playing as America, and I'm an American, we'll keep saying dollars. How long does it take you to earn that dollar? And it's very much set up as an exchange rate. So instead of going to work for somebody and they'll hand me a can of beans, I go to work for somebody, they'll hand me some pieces of paper that I can go exchange for a can of beans. It's a medium of exchange, and its value really is based upon what you can produce with it, what you can pay. I'm going to pay you, $5 an hour to go, pick those tomatoes or whatever, and or $10 an hour is how many tomatoes does they pick in an hour that I get for $10, and then the other costs of farming there, and then how much you can ship those. So it represents a medium of exchange. And so you can have inflation from multiple ways. One way you can have inflation is by just giving money out, which the government has been doing, including under Trump. This isn't just an anti-attack on one party or another. Just giving out money that will cause, or paying somebody more for the same job will cause inflation up. Other kinds of inflation will be a shortage in something, like GPUs, I should say. Not enough GPUs out there to meet demand. So, like I did, I spent way over, because I wanted to upgrade and didn't have to, but I felt I needed to. I had a working system, but better. So I overspent on GPUs because I had the money, and so I overspent on it, from MSRP, from what the cost it is to manufacture that GPU, because NVIDIA or whatever, now they might make more, but we've got a 5% or whatever profit margin after our production for the GPUs, when there was in competition. Actually they had excess production, but knowing what it's going to cost to make it. So it's not because it costs more to make it, just because the demand is so up there. That's another reason for inflation. The third sort of reason for inflation is simply the cost of manufacture going up, which could be like energy, whether it's oil, for gasoline to drive around the farm, or for coal to, generate electricity. If the cost of energy goes up, so the cost of driving that farm truck around to get the tomatoes goes up, that just means the price of tomatoes has to go up. So there's multiple reasons for inflation, and sometimes all three could be going on. Not enough food, cost of food, energy goes up, without necessarily being that the oil companies or the energy companies are actually making any more, because maybe their costs have gone up. Maybe, say, shipping fees go up because ships get sunk in a war, and so they raise insurance prices. So it's not maybe that the evil oil companies are making any more per barrel of oil. It just may be more cost in getting it out. And taxes get fed into this thing. So if you tax something more, like oil, the end user that ends up paying those taxes, yes, the company hands the money into the government, but it's the user of the oil pays the taxes, actually. So, the cost of the tomatoes may go up, not enough tomatoes, and the government may be dumping in more money into the system at the same time, and all those things can cause inflation to go up. Yes. Hello, Greg Bedford. Just a note, gamer, if you don't put spies into counter-espionage yourself, you're going to keep having popularity problems. Right. Now, I currently have counter-espionage as lowest. We've caught 2 spies. I will up it to equal to national... Well, we'll reduce national unity down to lowest, because we are moderately... national unity here, but I have been doing some of this. But thank you, Greg, for the tip, and that may help us with popularity. I normally do ruling party support for Germany, anyways, because don't feel bad. I dropped some cash on my 3060. Oh yeah, well. Prices now are going down on GPUs. I understand, but I've had my nice GPU for some time. You can, if you're on Twitch, you can see I have my basic system stats there. So, and I'm gonna comment on this one. I don't know specifically about the chocolate workers strike, but we will see here. Okay, well, I think we're going to end this episode, but don't live stream. Keep hanging out. We're going to keep doing more here. But those watching later on YouTube, thank you for your patience. I hope my rants are at least interesting. And again, if you disagree with me, either whether I get some of my facts wrong, post the correct facts below. Happy to do it, or just a differing opinion. Yeah, tell me why you think I have the wrong opinions. We keep everything civil. I'm not upset. I actually want people who disagree with me to be here and to comment. I like that. I don't want to just speak into an agreeing echo chamber. So thank you, everyone. See you next time for more Hearts of Iron. Okay, let's continue this here. Welcome back, fellow armchair generals. This is Gamer 1745, and we are playing Hearts of Iron 3's Black Ice 11.2, and we're playing as the U.S.A., which is giving me a chance to talk about a lot of different things. I hope it's interesting. Okay, direct fire unit command and control. We'll just get that out of the way. If you're new here, please subscribe. Everyone can hit that like button. Okay, that is down here. Okay, 37. We're going to shift it from a 37 to a 1918 technology. Okay, saw this just as the ending of the last episode. Hershey, Pennsylvania chocolate workers strike. On the evening of April 6, 1937, farmers... anti-union, there's supposed to be maybe a dash there. Anti-union Hershey employees and members of various patriotic groups march in nearby Palmyra, Pennsylvania. The union, they argued, not only dishonored the heroic Hershey, it was an outright un-American. On April 7th, still without resolution, the loyal workers and local farmers held a parade downtown to show their support for Hershey. That morning, Hershey farmers and loyal workers set an ultimatum to the strikers: evacuate by 12 noon or suffer the consequences. Just before 1 p.m., union representatives met with the company president and agreed to end the strike. The anti-union crowd of 30, however, had already gathered at the factory with baseball bats, pitchforks, and lead pipes. After exchanging taunts and insults with the strikers, the crowd began to storm the plant, and the fleeing workers fled through the gauntlet of blows. Okay, that's going on in the photo there. When the fighting was over, 25 striking workers had been soundly beaten, some taken to the local hospital to be treated for their injuries. 18 regiments rise up and fill it fucking shit. I mean, I like the informative nature of the event, and I like historically based stuff going on here. But 18 regiments revolt in Philadelphia. Well, Hershey, Pennsylvania. There is actually a place, Hershey, Pennsylvania. It is a city, not just a factory, and it is not. The factory isn't named after Hershey. Hershey is named after the factory. This is a place, and I'm not exactly sure how it was going in 1937. This is a factory town in which the factory, and you can see these going back. Well, I guess maybe in ways you can see it going back to the Middle Ages, but in the sort of modern sense, you can see them going back to like Pullman. That was a railway car company and hotel, railway hotel company. Pullman. They manufactured railway cars, but also ran them as a moving hotel. Pullman often said he had the world's largest hotel, having the most overnight guests of any hotel chain, because people would sleep on his railway cars. When he built his, I think it's outside of Chicago, Pullman's factory. When he built his factory, he also built, because he built outside of Chicago, and this is in the days before automobiles and whatnot. He built a town for the workers to live in, and the stores and other buildings, other commercial type buildings in the town were owned by Pullman, meaning it's a factory town, and that is similar to what was going on in Hershey, Pennsylvania, in that the factory, you want to, instead of having labor and going in central Philadelphia and having to build your factory near the labor and all of the expense, because you can see, and this is urban Philadelphia here, I presume. I don't know the photograph from Airborne, but I'm presuming it's Philadelphia at the time. It's going to be expensive land to build a factory. So if you build it outside of Philadelphia, you can get the land a lot cheaper, but you need to also have labor. And even with even to this day, with modern transportation systems, whether rail systems or automobiles or whatever, drive time to work, or waiting on the train or whatever, takes a long time. So can be built cheap and crummy housing, or can just be built cheap housing in the sense that the land itself is cheap and you can be building quality housing. And some of these factory towns, and I specifically don't know about Hershey, but some of these companies, they actually do a very good job, because especially in the 19th century, when they're trying to build, they're trying to attract workers, meaning there is not an overabundance of workers. And with some of these industries, the workers become skilled workers, so you want to keep them there and not have them go off to other things. So you're actually trying to build nice. Now, this does open up to abuse. It very much does. You will have situations in which, again, I don't know specifically on Hershey's. Hello, Eric. Very good. Have you ever thought about playing historical Total War games? Been playing Troy. Oh, well, I have a series, Total War Napoleon, on the channel, Ringo the Dingo, and which I've almost completed. Though it's very old, and I have a, I think, Total War Rome 2 modded game that ended in a bug that I couldn't get past, that was crashing the situation, so it ended because of that. So I do have 2 Total War series up there. One is Rome 2 and the other is Napoleon. Open to playing some more of some of those sometime, but yes, I have done those as well. So again, I don't know the Hershey situation, but you can have things like the situation in which the workers pay rent for their housing to the company. And the company's like this because it gets its money back, but the rent might not be very cheap. And the local stores may overprice goods, whether it's clothing, cloth, because back in my grandmother, both my grandmothers loved to, both my grandmothers loved to sew things. One of my grandmothers very much, my father talks about how clothing and whatnot that she made for him, made a lot of the family's clothing. Not just because she liked to sew, but because cheaper, so getting the cloth. It's, I'm talking like about men's shirts in the 1950s or whatever, making those instead of buying them at the store. The idea with a collar and a button down, or button front shirt kind of thing. She was making those well after World War II. So a lot of people would just buy cloth and make clothing and not just buy clothing. Especially non-formal clothing, including things like trousers and jackets would make that stuff. So selling cloth in these stores and selling all the goods of a home to the workers at an inflated price. But with one thing to get the workers to buy them, they would often, because, hey, new workers showing up. Yes, great, you got a job here. We'll loan you the money to buy. So you become indebted to the factory. You know, and it's maybe not necessarily outrageous price. Not, you know, sometimes I think they were, but sometimes they're not necessarily outrageous prices for the goods, but they're inflated prices. Some of it is, you know, hey, instead of getting it this, you know, central distribution hub, you're getting it out in the countryside, which costs some money to get it out there. Yeah, so you know. Ease of getting the stuff for the workers, but the difficulty in transportation, increased costs. So some of it is natural and reasonable, some of it is exploitation. And so instead of just your normal profit margin going back into the company's coffers, they overinflate it. So you get workers that are in essence indebted, and so they never get ahead. I don't want to use the S word because they weren't slaves, but they were, you know, they're indebted to the factory. They're making okay money compared to other parts of the, you know, economy, but they're indebted to the factory. They pay their rent to the factory. They buy the stuff from the factory, and because they don't have any money to go buy anywhere else eventually, because their paycheck just goes into pays their debt. So, but the factory's always willing to, within a payback scope, willing to lend them more money. Oh, well, you know, oh, well, hey, yeah, you got your paycheck. Oh, wait a minute, your paycheck is zero because you owed us this money. Oh, well, we'll loan you the money for the food and the whatever this month, because they know they're going to get it back through the, you know, through their system. So these people become indebted to the system, and it does open up for abuse. It really does. I don't know how often it was abused versus not, but it was. Now, why were there so many, you know, farmers? They want to sell their products to Hershey. A lot of workers probably that supported here, probably because this wasn't an abusive situation, either the factory town, Hershey, Pennsylvania, or the pay for working at Hershey's probably was a decent pay. Maybe not great, but decent pay. But remember, we're in the middle of the Depression, and if you shut down the chocolate factory, yeah, it may go out of business, or may just shut down. It may not go out of business in the sense they may just shut it down for a year or two because they got enough money. And these people got to go find jobs in a market in which there just aren't a lot of jobs. So that's why they'll be loyal. The workers and farmers will be loyal to the company. Enough of them, because they know their situation is better than what their situation outside of it would be. What's Eric and Arno been saying? Okay, I sent it to you in the mail a few days ago. Okay, they're talking about a spaghetti. Okay, Marine HQs advance. Nice. Let's do Mountain HQs. Uprising Philadelphia. Okay, we will do this. Yes, we'll take a few HQs. Okay, we've won the Battle of Philadelphia. Again, I think all these things are bullshit. They're not really helping the game. If you wanted to, because again, revolt risk can affect, because we can see here. Let's let's find here where we have some resources that are in more revolting areas. Well, let's look at a resource map. Okay, yeah, here. This works. We can see here revolt risk down 10%. See, an effect like this, which I will take revolt risk. Now, if you get enough revolt risk, you may get a revolt. But I would see a modifier out here that means that you have less, in a particular region, less industrial productivity as being acceptable. Maybe a bit overdone in cases, but being acceptable, where to me all these revolts are just not correct. I'm going to move this up here. And I'm going to grab a Ricola, and I'll be back. Didn't Herschel come out of retirement to help set up MREs for the U.S. government? I don't know. Let me. I'm going to be right back. I know I'm interrupting a live stream or even the recording. I'll be right back, and I do have a little bit to say, and I don't know entirely about some of that going on, but hold that thought. I'll be right back. Okay, almost back here. Um, okay, Hershey. I'm not sure about Hershey the person, the main guy who's doing all of this. Um, if he did. Now, the American food industry, and if you, hello, Lawless, good to have you here. Steps up for what, if you said MREs, but if you're thinking like C rations, which is the combat ration for World War II, a lot of companies step up and really work to provide food, not necessarily free, but at very low cost, packaged for those products for the government. I do know with Hershey, they specifically work with the government to make a formula for Hershey's chocolate that won't melt, because they're knowing that they're going to be deploying troops in this part of the world and in this part of the world that is hot, and you don't want to have, and you do include like chocolate bars in the C rations, because chocolate and the sugar gives a lot of energy, so it is good for short bursts of energy, so it's good for soldiers' food. And so they make a version, I'm not sure how different it is from the standard version, but that won't melt in these environments, because you don't want to get a box and then open up the wrappers and all there is just melted stuff in it. You need to be able to have it solid. And I do, M&Ms, I believe, are also packaged in some of them as, maybe that's post-war, I'm not sure, because it's sort of candy coating keeps it from melting. And I don't know if this mod has anything about Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola gives a lot of free Coca-Cola to the military, and they set up a program to do so. And their motivation for that, as part of it, is that they want to set up bottling plants around parts of the world so that they're not bottling Coca-Cola here in the U.S. and shipping it across the world, which of course would take up a lot more, because there's a lot of it is just water inside of the bottle. So instead of shipping water around the world, they want to ship just the syrup around the world and have it locally bottled into Coca-Cola bottles, so that when the war is over, I don't know if there is one in Egypt, but theoretically there could be one in Egypt, a Coca-Cola plant in Egypt that's selling Coca-Cola when the war is over, so that they're setting up these bottling plants at different places around the world to locally put the syrup in, or whatever, I don't know the process, then put in the carbonation, and then in with whatever water and seal it up, and so it's doing that kind of thing. Yeah, no, I was just going to get a Ricola because of my talking a lot here. So I'm back. Lawless has been watching this channel for years now, and so I'm always glad when I see him around, because I know people come and go, and I'm glad to have somebody who's still finds me interesting. Okay. Well, we're still just in 37, and I think if we start get these mostly in production in 39, we will be doing okay. So let's click over to here. Hershey prospered because he had sugar plantations in Cuba, so wasn't affected by wartime sugar rationing. Well, let me tell you something about that. I don't know specifically about, I know that they ration sugar, but you got to understand, and I don't know how much Hershey, because you got to Ringo, you got to understand that there's two elements here. We're not talking about Britain, who has to import things like sugar. The U.S. modern day has a lot of protective tariffs against importing sugar to protect a small number, particularly in Florida and out in Hawaii, sugar manufacturers. Sugar is not really a scarcity issue here in America too much. There was some sugar rationing for sure. But what you have set up here is a situation that if you're making food like Hershey's for the Army, you're not subject to the rationing, because that's where it's supposed to go. So once the war gets going and all this stuff gets worked on, it's a government control. It's a command. It becomes in very, very many ways, a command economy. So, it's real, and I don't know the details, so I'm not going to try to explain too much, but I do know that if you're making Coca-Cola, which has sugar in it, and in the syrup, because you can make vats of the like a 55-gallon drum of syrup might make 500 gallons instead of 55 gallons or 5,000 gallons, I don't know, of the actual drinkable product. You know, it's a concentrate, and there'll be sugar in that. And if it's going for the, you know, soldiers, military, the Navy, whatever use, that would not affect his rationing quotas to other things. So it's that. Also, didn't Germany have a Coca-Cola plant, or didn't have a Coke that was cut off? Yeah, that's exactly how Fanta comes about. It gets cut off from, because Coca-Cola is trying to control, and I don't, again, and I'm sure it changes from the 1930s to 1970s to modern day, but you know, they're trying to control the formula, and one for, you know, industrial you know, secrets, you know, and so, you know, they try to control, you know, the exact formula of what these products are. And this is, I use the term, and what it really, they talk about it, even though today it's either plastic bottles or you know, soda cans. It's a bottling company. And so, yes, they make the concentrate somewhere, often in just one or two locations, and then transport that around the world to different bottling places, and gets turned into, or sell the concentrate in like fountain drinks. You know, if you like, you know, you have you go into a fast food restaurant and you put your cup there, they just put some of the syrup into the machine, and the machine carbonizes put in some water at the right mixture rate, and carbonizes it, and cools it, and then gives it out to you there. So either you're bottling it or you're selling the concentrate to places. And yes, Fanta is the German alternative, made with local, something that didn't need import goods to make the flavoring and or sugar come in. Okay, we're looking at trying to give out some more. Charleston, yeah, we'll give Charleston a couple of factories. Norfolk, Virginia, major shipyard production. Again, like I said earlier, and there are a few episodes ago, or at the beginning of the stream, if you weren't here, talked about it. It really may not matter for the U.S. where your ICs go, because by the time somebody's properly invading America's really lost the war by then, and doesn't matter where they knock it out. But this Norfolk shipyard was a massive, like, dock facility, so it should have ICs. Might not really matter, because Newport News is also another. They have Williamsburg there, which is sort of up here. Another major shipping area building all along this coast. There's fair amounts of large and small scale ship production. Baltimore, yeah, Baltimore industry. So you gotta tell me that city doesn't have a lot of industry going on in it. Boston, I think. No, I haven't dumped any in Boston, so let's dump some in Boston. Okay. Get most of it back in. After with Opel Blitz truck manufacturers, would they offshoot it? Well, Opel Blitz was a wholly owned subsidiary of General Motors. It just kept into production. I mean, it didn't require anything from the U.S. And Ford Motor Company also had a factory in Berlin and a major factory in Cologne. Now the Germans did not nationalize Opel or Ford Motor Company. If there were any American managers and employees, they were either interred or sent away. But the German staff continued to run the factories. Like I said, the Germans did not nationalize them. They paid for every single truck or any other thing that was made out of those plants. They paid them money, put it in the bank for them, for Ford or GM after the war. Now, after the war, Reichsmarks really didn't have any value. So, big bank account of valueless money they ended up. So, basically, GM and Ford didn't make any real money out of it. And the factories don't know how bad. I know I've seen photos of some of the bomb damage for the Cologne factory for Ford Motor Company. I don't know about Opel Blitz, how badly it was bombed or not. But yeah, they ended up with maybe semi-working factories after the war, but they really didn't make any profit out of the war. No. Road networks advance. Okay, good. Am I doing all of these? Okay. We're going to move this up to agricultural. So yeah, they weren't profiting by in any real aspect. They didn't profit from supplying America's enemies with trucks at least once the war gets going. But yeah, they were making them for the Germans. And the German staff, they were all German, so they were like, yeah, of course, we're at war, so hooray, whatever, because it was primarily we'll do like cruiser class thing, but yeah. So don't think of them as somehow like betraying America or profiting from killing Americans. Yeah, Reichsmarks were worth nothing when the war was over. Armory unit training. This gives people get ideas in their heads and stay around. Yeah, profiteering from America's enemies. Ford Motor Company should be held accountable. What, a half-wrecked factory that was limping along in production after the war? That's their profit? Yeah, not so much. We're going to combine arms, which we're going to want that continue. Fast battleship design upgrade. Okay. Not used to doing too much of the. That was that one. Good. Americans like fast ships. Well, we could do. I don't know what battle cruiser. Well, we might make some battle cruisers. I don't know. Artillery barrel and ammunition advance. Yeah, let's do industry. Get that pushed up. Artillery unit training. Okay. Yeah, 38. Let's move this over to here. Industrial zone and bombing site advance. Avionics. Okay. We'll come back to that probably sometime soon. No, it's only April, but well, now let's make sure we get some of these well done. Looking back, I think it's funny how the U.S. turned down the Christie suspension system and the Russians used it to make the BT series and the T-34 series. Yeah, and the British used some Christie style suspensions on some of their vehicles too. Yeah, but from everything I can tell, and the Army bureaucracy, shall we say, even though the Army's small, was probably hard to work with. But Christie was a pain in the ass. I think that is clear. So I don't know enough mechanically to go, oh, the Shermans would have been better had they had the Christie system or something. I don't, know enough to go if that would be the case or not, because the Sherman suspension systems. No, the BT series, what BT3 or whatever was, that whole BT3, BT5, BT7s. Those were Christie tanks. The T-34s were enough, because if you look at the BTs and Christies, you just see that they're sort of beefed up Christies, and Christie was just proof of concept, prototypes, not like how thick should the armor be or how big the gun should be. It just does this whole system, transmission, drive, layout, and thing work. And so the BT3s were very much just a Christie copy, and the 5s and the 7s were just upgrading that. The T-34s takes the sort of concepts, redesigns it a lot, so it's not just a Christie, but it's still, like you say, the Christie legacy is there very much so. Okay, artillery unit command and control. These command and control things, okay, 36, we'll let that continue, and fuselage aerodynamics. We're not going to be fighting any wars right now, so we don't really need the command and control as much as we either want to deal with things like this, which is probably what I'm going to do next, or we're going to do these eventually here, but we don't really need more resources. We might at some point. These are radar. Yeah, we'll want to get to those, but I think it's more important to get some of these things done sooner rather than later now for us. Link exports. Okay, yeah, money. Iran. No, we don't need to trade with her. Nothing is going. We're not going to get anything out of Iran, and I don't even need money. Yeah, you see, I don't need money in this game here. Integrated. Superior firepower. That's right. I'm not used to. Okay, 38. Okay, well, we can shift it over to mobile defense. It's just more efficient if we're going to be doing this. Very big. Sorry, I'm slow to response, but I'm just catching up on the stream. Counter-espionage will help raise your organization, which your popularity is dependent upon. Okay, very good. Like I say, I increased it to level 2 here. I'm still keeping ruling party support at level 3, and then national unity. You have 3 counter and 2 in party popularity. Okay, so you think it's that should be okay? Well, let's just okay. So we are currently at 31%. So let's try that. Okay, we can do that. We'll go to there. We go to ruling party support and counter espionage. We'll see how that works out. No, good info there. Here. Okay. Standoff tactics. Mechanized offensive. Wing aerodynamics. And so here, let's move this up to yes, you can have crude money or crude oil for money. Okay, airport capabilities. Blueprint stolen. Hopefully it's a friendly nation. Okay. Network. We'll come back to these. But I sort of want to get through some of these here. Broadcasting and mass events. And combined arms defense. That I think is down here. Yes. Back to some of that. Yeah, we'll get this done. The Shermans were decent tanks for 1941. They weren't the best at anything. Well, yeah, Ringo, when you think, at least when I think of tank, I think of a Sherman. I mean, to this day, it's a Sherman. Now, when I think of Panzer, I'll think of like a Panzer IV or something like that. But if you just say tank, it is it is balance of firepower, armor, mobility. Those are the three main elements of balancing everything, and it's just laid out so well, and it functions well through the end of the war because you got the jumbo with thicker armor, and then you got the 76 millimeter Sherman, and then you get a 76 and a jumbo hull. So you're dealing with pretty good armor. It gets upgraded over time. The engines get up, unlike the Panzer IVs and whatnot. The engines get upgraded in a Sherman over time. So it is not a static design. The Sherman of what, late 41, early 42. Right? I'm not exactly sure when the Shermans come in. Onto the battlefield in any numbers. First, of course, there's the Grants and the Lees, but by the early Sherman, is not the late war Sherman. The Americans sent home hundreds, like 800 Shermans, because they get newer Shermans. They send them home. Can you imagine Germany going, yeah, these 400 Panzers, we don't need them anymore. We'll just send them home. We got so many tanks on the Russian front. We'll just send these tanks home. We don't want them anymore. They literally send it's like 800 Shermans home to America because they don't want them anymore. The bunch of them do get upgrade or go through a refit process and get sent to Commonwealth units in Asia, in the Asia theater, whether it's India or Australia or wherever, because they're still useful enough there, or more than useful there. But the Americans, they're just they're too old tanks. They've been run too long. They're too out of date. Got better armor. We'll just send home like 800 Shermans or something. These are undestroyed, undamaged. Just send them home because we got new tanks to use. Just think the Germans' mind would be blown. Like, we're just gonna send them home. We don't need them. And that's the American. When you have to look at the American productivity levels. We'll cancel that and move it over down to there to get our mountain unit training up. Sherman. So it's the Shermans were great. I'm not saying that they're, I don't know whether. No, we still need our tungsten. We're not going to give up all of our tungsten seaport capabilities, even to Britain right now. We may come back to those very soon, but I want to get some of these others I think will help me sooner rather than later. I don't need these, so I'm not going to go early on any of these. This might be, but we could do supplies, which will just mean less ICs producing supplies. So let's do ammunition production first, and sonar detection equipment advance. That would be under here. Okay. No, it's under submarines. Okay, and it's grayed out. All right. Let's do torpedoes. Let's continue to push up on those. Israel used them into the 70s. The last Shermans were phased out of service in 2003 in South America. I forgot. Now Israel's Shermans were not, they were late war Shermans. Yugoslavia had Shermans in its arsenal as reserve tanks, yes, but had until the breakup of Yugoslavia, they had Shermans. Some of them famously driven around in the movie. Oh man, Clint Eastwood, Telly Savalas, Donald Sutherland movie. I always blank on things. I don't know why. I've always done this. Um, Kelly's Heroes. Kelly's Heroes. Great movie if you haven't seen it. I know some of you younger people haven't. Great movie. It was shot in Yugoslavia, and they used Yugoslavia's Shermans as part of the thing. Okay, yes, we will give you rare materials, kill off more of your effective leaders. Sure, Soviet Union tactical and operational commands. When you fear your own army more than you fear possible invaders. Corps headquarters, yes, we'll get that going. Okay, airport level, seaport level, railway level. Okay, and we can also come over here, and it's going to cost us 10,000 monies, and we have 11,600, so we'll end up with 1,600 after this to keep going to pay for whatever ridiculous thing they think I need to pay for in this game. Yes, you can have crude Poland. I think that was Poland, or was it Indonesia? Same basic flag. Okay, yes, just all the rail and seaport improvements. Okay, cool. Oh, wow. Okay. Okay, we're in our bad effects from whatever Union strike thingy. Looks like it's gone down. Okay, I'm still not doing the upgrades. Let's push us back into our carriers. We don't need them now. We're not going to war with anybody because I know the future. Yes, I know the future. You know, the future of 1930, whatever, yes. We want to expand our factories into new additional locations, not just Dover. Dover. Where he wants me to build up Kentucky's industry so they're not stuck in a third world state. Let's start the Higgins plant being produced. Higgins boats were produced down here. He did including other landing craft and other things than the famous Higgins boats. As we get more industry, we'll expand to more industry. Let's get the stuff that's partially produced up to the top. Yeah. Patents carried on the legacy, I think. They weren't great at anything, but neither did they did well at everything. Yeah, the Pattons, yeah, the M48 and whatnot. Yeah, they were decent tanks, I would say. Naval HQs, sure. Yes, let's think we'll be. Yeah, let's come sit that a while. Hindenburg disaster, Lakehurst Naval Air Station. Yeah, don't fly flying bombs in electrical storms. That would be my uh, best information. Let's just do that. On units. Okay. Just thinking there's so much. I'm an old movie fan. Well, we don't need to continue that. That's not a good one. Let's shift that and yeah, we can do some. Yeah. And whatnot. So I find it interesting, but I've got a lot of stuff to make, talk about a lot of the cultural things happening going on and not just union problems. Okay. Range finding equipment. I think that's maybe one over. Yeah. Okay. We'll see about upgrading that soon. Probably not right away. Recon unit coordination. That's down here. Again, we'll just shift that over to here. Get that. Got armored car designs. Yeah, well, I'd rather do some of these things that unlock other things. I'm whipping the thing around fast. Before I would rather do an end result early that I'm not going to use, in combat for some time. Yeah, I think we're going to come back over here. We'll get on seaport capabilities and airport just because it'll take longer to research. Might as well get them started earlier. Party rally, yes. Realistically, I know this is happening here, but realistically, this happens really only once every 4 years in America, and it would be the nominating conventions for the two major parties, the Democrats and the Republicans. They'll hold what would be a party rally, and they still do it. Maybe not quite on the scale of actual numbers of participants, but in some ways getting onto the I want to do no trade on the idea of a Nuremberg party rally, that the Nazis would do every year. But a big hooray for the party kind of thing. But that's, like I say, every 4 years in American politics. Capital ships, secondary weapons. So would that be here? No, that would probably be over here. Okay, grayed out. All right, what do we want to push on here? Anything early or catch up? Okay, we can let's do torpedo protection. Keep the ships from being sunk from torpedoes. You're okay, you're caught up. Very good. You're going through quickly, probably a lot of getting past some of my rants. Played it many times, but I still haven't perfected it, so I'm interested in seeing how you... Well, I've never played it before, Greg. This is the first time I've played the United States in Hearts of Iron 3. So I am not like I say, never played it before, never gotten this. I've turned it on a couple of times and played a little bit into 1936 a time or two, but not played like this. So any input, Greg, either now or if you watch some of the episodes, if you don't catch it live, please give me hints, tips. Love to learn, and I hope everyone else will learn from things. The incident arose. Memorial Day Massacre of 1937, the Little Steel Strike. Okay. The incident rose after the United States Steel signed a union contract, but smaller steel manufacturers called Little Steel, including Republic Steel, refused to do so. In protest, steel workers organized committee, SWOC, of the Congress of Industrial Organization, CIO, called a strike. On Memorial Day, hundreds of sympathizers gathered at Sam's Place, headquarters of the SWOC. As the crowd marched across the prairie towards the Republic Steel Mill, a line of Chicago policemen blocked their path. When the foremost protesters argued their right to continue, a tree branch was tossed at the police lines and the police fired on the crowd as the crowd fled. Police bullets killed 10 people and injured 30. 9 people were permanently disabled, and another 28 had serious head injuries from police clubbing. Okay. Yeah, well, I'm sorry that people lost their lives. I'm presuming this is a photo from the incident. Now, I say like I'm presuming there's a photo from an incident. When I make a thumbnail for my videos, I look at it as a book cover. Book cover is meant to sell the book. So I very well may make a thumbnail that, just has a cool picture on it. When I make an event image, I am very scrupulous about, I will not use colorized images unless I know that that image was colorized at the time period. If it's something they would have seen, because there was colorization, not just color film, but they would hand tint something and then make mass print runs based off the hand tinting. They would colorize things back then. So unless it was a period colorization, I will not use it. I will use modern color photographs of a historical, like a police officer, like a period police officer's cap, a modern photograph of a period, like put it in the corner or something like that. Or I will use sort of like if there's a period CIO or something logo, I may, a sort of modern computer graphics version of it, may stick that up in the corner. You'll see all that stuff in Third Reich events. But I very much, with my images, I don't just get, and I'm presuming, like I say, I presume this is a photograph from the event, as opposed to just a striking photo, photograph with strikers and police and stuff. I would be very, very good. And before we continue, what is Ringo saying? Wouldn't it be ironic if Joseph Mengele became Joseph Mengele, intergenist or army medic that fought in the Falklands against the Brits. Okay, yeah. Only advice I would give you right now is to accept some more of those strategic resource trades. You're really going to need the money. Okay, well, I will accept some more. I've mostly been trying to oh no, that's not the one I want. I'm trying to accept ones with nations that I care about, and ones where I'll keep at least one level of surplus, but I will keep that in mind. Okay, so I'm presuming this is a correct period photo of the event, taken obviously from the police side of lines. I don't know how much you can tell from this photograph, but if you're looking at, if this is correct, these are police in standard uniforms, not in some sort of riot, with riot shields and helmets. So they have nightclubs, as they mentioned. But I'll tell you what, the police sound like, from this description, again, I'm only going from this description, the protesters, the crowd marched across the prairie towards Republic Steel Mill. A line of Chicago policemen blocked their path. So the Chicago policemen thought that these people might come and do damage to Republic Steel, or illegally trespass on Republic Steel, and they set up a line to block them. Then they were attacked with a tree branch, don't know how big that was tossed, big enough to be tossed, but more than probably a twig, more than some of these little small trees or something here, was tossed at the police lines, and the police fired on the crowd. Well, the police were probably heavily outnumbered. And if you've got a mob is not a rational group of people. A mob is a weird psychosis thing that you get, mob mentalities. You really do it. And even really normal type people can get all worked up in a mob. They can. I don't blame the police for shooting. I really don't. Because they're in fear of their lives, and they're probably outnumbered. There probably isn't 200 police and 20 protesters. Obviously, there looks like there's more than 20 in this photograph, but whether and how much of the scale of the thing in the photograph, I don't know. But yeah, if there's 200 police standing around, there's 20 protesters, and the police draw their guns and shoot. Yeah, that's terrible. But that's probably not what happened. They were probably felt and afraid of their lives and weren't going to get beaten down. There's no reason a policeman needs to suffer being beaten down. Now, did they were disabled and other serious injuries from police clubbing? Did the police, after adrenaline's up, continue to, or overreacted at that point and beat up a bunch of people with their club? Maybe, but the mere fact that 10 people died, but I'm guessing these police officers felt threatened for their lives, and they were put out there. Hey, don't let these people on my factory. I own the factory. The whoever the company, whether it's an individual who owns it or shareholders, don't let these people on my factory. And the police, they're supposed to keep order. And then these people attacked the police lines, and the police fired back. No, I don't blame them for that. With this situation here, I do not blame them for that. I'm not saying I'm happy that these people lost their lives. I guess we should keep them up in Flint. Where is this? Columbus, Ohio. Let's move these guys, just to headquarters. We'll move them to Detroit. And maybe, what is Cincinnati? So Cincinnati might need a thing. Okay, basic torpedo advance. Nice. Probably going to be a big nerfing. Oh, good. Here, we can start doing some of these long-range submarines. We want long-range submarines. Tank destroyer advance. The U.S. needs long-range submarines more than the Germans, because this is going to be a Pacific war, not an Atlantic war, and that's big time. I know I'm researching coastal just because I think I do have the leadership to do so. Let's lock this down. I'm just seeing this slowly going down. So what we're going to do, we're just going to do that. Yeah, that's what I intended, but yeah. Cruiser, screws, and radar advance. Over here. Rudder advance. Why did I say radar? Because I'm not reading carefully here. Okay, yeah, 1942 far in advance. But engines aren't. That isn't. So we'll do this because it takes longer to do. So let's get that going. Export of copper. Czechoslovakia. Okay. I'm going to take Greg's advice to heart here, but I'm going to look. Okay, we have a copper surplus of 4, so I can afford, because I don't need all that extra supplies. It's useful, but okay, we will do this with Czechoslovakia. Don't know if that just ends up giving, but we are getting, hey, 1,200 money every month or something. Okay, Air Force HQs, nice. We may revisit that soon, but not just yet. Let's get some of these. Here. The capital ship engines. Yeah, I know I just shut this down. I shouldn't have just come over here. Okay. Okay, those are goals events. I'm not used to doing ships because I don't ignore them. Okay, here. Okay, so it's up here, just grayed out. Okay, good. Well, I did notice when we were over here. Well, yeah, we could do some of these vertical ship protection elements or bulkhead layout. Do bulkhead layout. Make sure our ships are some of the best designs possible. Well, that didn't take. Okay, now that took. All right. Small warship fire control, computer advance. Okay. that. Heavy forgings, it's up here. We'll stop that. See, I know where some of these are. Capital ship boilers. Okay, we're going through there. And what are we maybe on carriers? Okay, first fleet carriers class. That looks like a good one to do. And we have a little bit more, so we'll also do light carrier class improvements. Turbines. Why did I suspect that was coming? Will be unlocked. Well, I guess we could do for light carriers. Brazil, okay, depth charges, that's here, I think. Yes. Before we really start putting more of these in production, I want to get these built up. And coastal submarine classes, okay. Well, I think we're going to stop that for the moment. I just, maybe for ease of production, and, yes, we're definitely looking at, Pacific scale warfare, because what I'm envisioning, I hope you guys stick with this series long enough, and so that, because if it gets down to just 60 people clicking on the video and watching 5 minutes and going away, I'm going to have to end the series, whether I play it out on my own or not. But so hopefully people keep watching, and I know it'll hopefully get better, as the war happens. But so tell your friends. Go, post everywhere. Tell them to come and watch the series. It really would help. What I'm hoping to do is to have a strong garrison to hold out here. Hold out here maybe. And I'm anticipating the AI not pushing me off. I may be wrong about that. But what I'm anticipating is Japanese submarines and whatever trying to interrupt my supply lines. So whether I can or I can't, I don't know. But I'm going to have a lot of submarines, whether possibly, basing out of these ports. If not, out here running around trying to cut off Japanese, convoys, take them down. But if I, which I'm going to unleash America's production, well, I'm going to put submarines, American submarines, which didn't. There were some Americans, I don't know if American submarines operated here. There were some American submarines operating in the Mediterranean, I know. I don't know how many, not many, I don't think. But we'll definitely be putting submarines in places like the Mediterranean, off German coastal areas here, other places. So some short-range submarines that'll be cheap and easy to build will be. I really hope so too, ZZ. Again, hit that like button, and I know like ZZ and Greg and others Ringo are watching this live. But even if you click on the regular series, you can click it on it, hit that like button, and turn the audio off and minimize the screen so it just plays in the background while you do something else. That would be lovely. Because that would be a full view of a regular episode, but it wouldn't have to interrupt your day for the length of the episode. And just have it playing in the background with the audio off really helps, and hitting that like button really helps. So if you guys are interested in keeping this going, and I hope I'm having fun I'm having fun talking about it. And I will say the reason I have not played America before, and the reason I probably wouldn't be playing it for myself is, let me sit around and think of how could possibly America win World War II? Well, I already know that because they did. So it not that America is uninteresting to me, but as sort of a strategic gaming mind game, whether just played in the mind or played on the on the map, it holds little interest to me in that sense, because I know how America can win. Where Germany, well, how could because I think there's possibilities of German victory. Talked about it in my other series. Not going to go there. Go and watch some of the stuff if you want to get that, but there's possibilities. How could they have won? What would have, so it's not that I want them to win, but the how can that interests me a lot more. But if we're just talking about what America, talking to you here, what America does in the war and all the interesting things, there's a lot of interesting things going on with America in the war. And there are things that America could have probably done, sometimes mistakes, sometimes, and I'm thinking more in the Pacific theater, some other strategies that might have shortened the war for America. So, yeah, there is a little bit of America could have done this or that a little better, for sure. But so it's mostly interest in exploring and talking about what. Okay, sales has expired. Fine. Huff Duff. That is here, and that is 1940. We'll do motor torpedo boats, Kennedy's boats. Like Marshall wanted to land in France in 42. That would have been silly, in my opinion. And that, Stalin wanted that to happen too. Soviet Union tungsten. I don't think I'm going to go with the tungsten one. I hear you, Greg. I'm taking your advice to heart, but we're at surplus too. Because we don't need the heart attack. And we really don't. I guess we really don't even need the rare materials. So yeah, we'll trade with this. Fighter pilot training has advanced. Very nice. Good. Yeah, America was not ready to, and that may seem good back in Washington. Marshall was back in Washington, but on the front lines, that would not have been a good idea. You could maybe have pushed something for 43, but barrel tank is probably what's pushing us here. Yeah, see, I was right. Fighter pilot training. So let me look down at fighter pilot training before. Okay, let's move to some of these other. We'll do that. I think you could have, because Germany is yes, pay our money, low popularity, lovely, is building up the the Atlantic walls as time is going on. I mean, they're building up the Atlantic wall just before the invasion starts. Still, so yeah, going in 43 or something would be a lot less organized opposition. But I don't think you're going to, infantry unit commanding, I don't think you're going to have the sort of rampaging across the continent, across France and whatever, that you had in 44. You would have had that in 43. Reorganize. Oh, God, I hate these things. These are things I remove from my game. Oh, I don't know. Okay. Molybdenum. Okay, Colombia, no, we're not going to do it with Colombia. Italy is is a great place to invade. It's also a terrible place to invade in many ways. But where it's great is one of the Axis partners of the major two Axis partners here in Europe. The third, of course, is Japan. I mean, there's minor Axis partners like Slovakia and Hungary and Romania and Croatia. Yes, but of the major ones, Italy here is the weaker one, and it can be done in bite-sized pieces, Sicily, or just, here. Now, it's terrible to invade because it's mountainous and hard to run up along it, but if you're a maritime nation, which America and Britain were, you can just, bypass it and keep landing at different places. And so it gives you ways to invade that draws in a lot of enemy troops without allowing them to overwhelm you, because if you land here, they were able to escape with a lot of German forces and some Italian, mostly German, out of Sicily, but there really wasn't a rail network and everything to set up to be able to do the opposite. Germany, because there was not huge German forces sitting around here that were ready to flood in and counter the invasion. They only had what they had down here. Where here, if you did the same thing, you do the same level of invasion that happened in Sicily, somewhere maybe out here, you have all the rail network to shift forces from Germany to this area here. And or even because they're building up this defensive area first, of course, even here, even more so. So, I don't know that it would be a disaster, but I don't see it as being what, it is in June 44. And here it's in small bits and pieces that you can do. Nav tactics advance. Well, we're just going to stop these extra ones here. There we go. We'll come back to things later on. Yes, you can have crude oil. And structure. Okay, grayed out, fine. And that does allow us to do more. And these are useful, but not, I don't need them now. So we will do railroad network. Export of copper with who? Japan? No, not with Japan. If I was playing a multiplayer game, one of the house rules, if we were to have this system, or just the trading of these other resources, until historically you don't get to turn down, because we know you're going to war, but they didn't know back then for sure. So I would aero engine. That is this one here. Okay, so we're doing some of these to unlock those. Let's go for the mighty 4-engine transport plane. We'll build a bunch of those. Well, everyone, I want to thank you for getting this far. Like I say, if you haven't already, please hit the like button, subscribe. I'm having fun talking about the U.S., the war. I mean, those are two different subjects, but the U.S. and its time period, I am having fun exploring it. So I really want to continue this. So, guys, I really need your help. Even during the sort of boring building up periods, I know obviously only 10% of you get all the way through an episode. I see the stats, and that's cool. But those of you who really want to see this happen, please help me out with, if you you share it on Twitter or some other social media, even if it's just the Google search things, it helps. So share it. Watch it an extra time with the sound off, whatever. It really helps. Yes, good night, Lawless. I know it's getting late there. I'm going to be ending the live stream as well now here, but let's end the recorded episode here. So thanks, everyone. See you next time. And thanks, ZZ, Lawless, Greg, Ringo, Arno, Eric, if you're still around. Erebus, Nick, and others, thank you so much. I'm going to be ending now. Be back tomorrow if you want to hang out for War Thunder. I think we will be playing, or if I get enough people, maybe, I don't know, Postscriptum is a thought in my head. So if you either want to play with us or just watch, and it'll be Thursday for more Valor and Victory, I believe, over on Submarine. So see you, or just see you back here next weekend. Thank you all so much. I really do appreciate it. I have fun. I hope you guys